right. We are today joined by a couple of guests because this is a review, a reaction, a watch party, maybe, of a conversation that was recently hosted over on the Mormon Book Reviews channel. And the premise of this conversation was that, myself and our guests, Alex Criddle and Cody Noconi, welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to be here.
So the premise is that we are, of course, proposing the psychedelic origins of Mormonism. Brian Hales does not agree with us and has decided to take the charge of forming the apologetic defenses against the Smith entheogen theory, or the psychedelics in early Mormonism. So Stephen Pineacker was nice enough to host us on the Mormon Book Reviews channel, a neutral platform, to allow us to have a discussion about this. Now, this could be considered a debate. I view it more as kind of an academic discussion because we did get lost into the weeds a couple of times. So if this is not kind of your cup of tea, then, sorry, and maybe catch us on next episode. But for everyone else who wants to hear about the inner workings of psychedelics in early Mormonism and wants to hear our response to Brian, well, that's what we're going to do today. So first off, Cody and Alex, what are kind of your overall thoughts from how the engagement went, how you feel like we did, how we feel like Brian did, just any thoughts in general?
Frustrated. I feel like we did a good job fielding Brian's concerns. It was frustrating seeing him move the goalposts every time we did and not address the thing that we just addressed for him. So it was a very frustrating experience. And for every 10 really false things he said, we only really got to address one of them. So I feel like this is a good format for us unpacking all the misinformation in that discussion.
Yeah, I feel pretty much the same as Cody. It was maddening trying to give an answer to him and say, no, that's not what I want. And then say, oh, no, what I actually want is this. And so then we'd be like, okay, well, we have answers for that. And then he would be like, no, I don't want that. I want that. It was just maddening.
Yeah.
And we couldn't have like a actual discussion because he wouldn't listen to a single thing we said. He'd just march on with his presentation.
Let's spend a little time talking about the pacing of it and the structure, because it was a 3v1 format. It was the three of us versus one Brian Hales. And, we were apprehensive about this because obviously the optics of 3v1 already looks like, an underdog story. So we were concerned about that. But Brian heartily agreed prior, in the agreement phase prior to the debate happening that, he was okay doing a 3v1. And as we kind of began into the conversation, I started to understand why he felt comfortable doing so. And that is because it seemed like he was dictating the pace and the content and everything. And we were there just to react, just to respond to what he was presenting, which is not, what we wanted. Like, we all prepared a lot of notes. Like, we all had our notes ready and everything. So I don't know. How do you guys feel about kind of the optics in general and how the course was dictated?
We also need to point out at the beginning that, he wrote that interpreter paper, which is what his presentation was based on, a response to your guys' original entheogenic origins paper. And so we've written a response to that. That's like 50 pages. And we offered that to him to prepare for our discussion. So we were giving him all of our new information and responses to him, and he rejected that. He didn't want it because, he didn't
in good
need
faith. It was like, hey, we want to have a good debate here. So here's the cheat sheet. Like, look at what we put together, and heartily refused. Just like the 3-on-1. It's just like, nope, I got this, guys. So yeah, it is a good point, Alex, for contextual reference.
Yeah.
So the optics, might not be great to those just going and watching, like, oh, Brian stood up to these three guys and whatever. But you look at the conversation breakdown, and he spoke more than all of us. And, I never got to finish a statement because he'd interrupt me.
Yeah, and we should also note that on the back end, Evan Charlie has been unbelievably helpful. She put together a high quality transcription of this. She did some of the word analysis of how much time was spent, how many words were spoken by each speaker, and has just done a bunch of help on the back end of just properly understanding exactly what happened in this exchange. So why don't we watch it, I guess.
Here we go.
All right. Now,
welcome to Mormon Book Reviews, where
and I want to just skip past it just because we have kind of a lot of material to get through. I want to skip past the introductions. Of course, if you want to watch the entire thing on Mormon Book Reviews channel, you can find a link to that in the show notes here, as well as on this YouTube video. So we encourage you to do that. We are going to skip a little past the introductions just to expedite this process a little bit here. And
great. And then, of course, Brian Hales is, of course, I would say I'm friends with all of you. And Brian.
Thank you, Steve, for having me on. I'll try to keep my microphone not muted when it's my turn to speak. So
yes. So basically, what happened was Brian is responding to the work that these gentlemen have done, and what we've agreed to do is that Brian is going to be giving a 3-part section, basically a slide presentation where he's kind of pushing back on this hypothesis. What we're going to do is Brian, during each section, is going to give his presentation, and then when he's done with it, these gentlemen are going to be able to have a conversation about what he had just presented. Now, I reserved them the right that if they felt like they needed a point of clarification, or they had a question or something like that, or wanted to push back a little bit on something, they do have the right to come in and do that, just in case they need to. But they will have the opportunity to respond to everything that Brian is talking about, or what they feel is important to respond to.
We got to point out here too that the way this was initially supposed to be structured is that Brian would talk for 5 minutes, and then the 3 of us collectively would have 5 minutes to respond, and then Brian would have 5 to 7 minutes to talk, and not Brian presents to us and then decides a stopping point and we respond to that sort of thing. It was supposed to be a back and forth discussion.
Yeah.
Correct. And so that kind of explains the format a little bit. That was what we had kind of agreed on. That's the structure of a debate, right? Like a good old Lincoln Douglas style debate. One side presents, the other responds, and back and forth, crossfire. But as we sat here quietly through Brian's entire beginning presentation, all of us all right, I have so many things to say. It was clear after the very second portion of his presentation that format just wasn't going to work. There was too much misinformation happening too quickly, and we had to respond kind of on the fly. So that feels like that is kind of the point where it derails. But that's at least how we began this. So good point, Alex.
So let's get started, Brian. Why don't you just start with and before we get started, Alex and Bryce and Cody, any questions or anything before we get started, or any clarifications we want to say here? Or okay, so
I would actually like to do a disclaimer. We are going to be discussing entheogens and psychedelics throughout this, and many of these substances are illicit substances. So the purpose of our appearance here is just for the sake of information and to inform people on what this is about. We do not condone the use of illicit substances, and we encourage people to do further research for themselves and to begin to understand the world of psychedelia.
Thank you, Bryce, for bringing that up. And this is an educational endeavor. And so let's all come and learn together. So, Brian, why don't you get us started here? And let's have a fruitful conversation today.
Okay. This topic is fascinating to me. And it was introduced to me through this 2019 article that was published in the Journal of Psychedelic Studies. And both Cody and Bryce were co-authors on that, and Alex has expressed the same kind of interest and support. And when it came out, I was asked by interpreter to respond to it, and I read through it. I honestly wasn't that impressed, so I declined, but they came back and asked me to respond, and I ended up writing this very long article.
Okay. I want to pause there because I want to clarify the record a little bit. Prior to us publishing in the Journal of Psychedelic Studies, we sent a copy to Brian to have him look over and give us his points of that, just his thoughts, just in general. And he sent back a bullet point list of his criticisms, which are the exact same criticisms he's about to vocalize. So, I mean, it's not like I'm secreting information here. But the important point is that he read this prior to publication, gave us responses to it, and then it was published. And it was a year after it was published that Interpreter published his article about this topic. So I want to say that to clarify the record, that there's a little bit more on the back end, that Interpreter did not approach him out of the blue. He had seen this material before.
That was published by Interpreter, and I've reviewed it recently, and I really think that it's too long, and that I could have done a more concise job about dealing with the concerns about the validity of the hypothesis. And my number one concern, and I've shared this with Bryce and Alex and Cody in an email, was that the hypothesis in question in this article really does not approach the topic using scientific method. And the article itself has some real problems. I think it needed a good content editor, copy editor. Anyway, we don't have to go through those problems. There's a lot of information there, but to me, it just kind of rambles, and it isn't well organized. It certainly isn't systematized, as most of the scientific articles are that I'm familiar with. I'm, as an anesthesiologist,
he's setting you, he's like priming the audience. Oh, the article's not that well done. It needs a copy editor. It's not organized. Like, come on, dude. Like that's going to be your initial criticism of it. Come on. That's not cool.
Yeah. But it feels like it's a bit of poisoning the well, right? And
Yeah.
then, I mean, that's a classic fallacy of like, this material is, it's not that useful. It does. I mean, he says that it does not approach the topic using the scientific method, right? So he's very clearly trying to poison the well. And anyone who might see this will have Brian's words echoing through their mind the next time they hear reference to the working hypothesis of the entheogenic origins of Mormonism. So. Yeah,
definitely paints a picture. The whole I didn't even think this was worth my time, but they just really badgered me, so I finally stood up and I finally did something about this really poorly written paper.
He's a maverick. All right.
Practicing for over 35 years, I've read hundreds, if not thousands, of scientific papers, and they all basically follow what we call the scientific method.
All right. So I have a bunch of thoughts on this. I want to let Brian get all the way through this. And then this is the first thing that I begin responding to, because this is the first thing he presents. So I want to get through his presentation, and then, we'll watch my response to it as well. And I just have a couple of other little points to add into it. But
just quickly too, I love the graphic. Like, I'm back in 7th grade science class. Like, thank you, Brian. This is great.
Thank you, Science Daddy.
And this is to allow people to stay on the same page throughout the discussion. And it also leads us to conclusions, I think, in the most methodic way. And it begins by making a question or an observation. And in this case, I think the question is, what caused the visions of Joseph Smith and the early Latter-day Saints? And then the next step is that we do some research on the topic. And so I'd like to just introduce that part of it now. What would we research? Well, what we could do is we would notice that there are a lot of different chemical substances out there, some of which are called psychedelics. And we notice right off the bat that some of these can cause hallucinations. And the idea is, well, maybe these religious visions are really just people hallucinating because they've taken some of these psychedelic chemicals. And so that's part of the theory. So we observe that as a possibility. And then we also notice that if we look at these, that magic mushrooms, the psychedelic drugs, even maybe.
All right.
Okay. Yes, thank you for the cartoony picture. Like, yeah, let's not take this seriously at all. And let's not call MDMA. It's ecstasy with a pill with a little alien face on it. And God.
It's all right. So clearly, like, he has pictures of the actual plants in other of his slides. Like, he had access to like open source pictures of the actual materials, right? My question is, where does this cartoon ass slide come from? Did he make this, or did somebody else make this and he used it? Is this in the public domain that somebody? I don't understand where this comes from, and it's so weird.
For people that can't see this is literally just cartoons of plants and drugs. There's an LSD tab with a smiley face on it. It's cartoonishly bad.
And a
Literally
pastel
cartoonish.
swirling background, like a tie-dye t-shirt, and it's so bad. Yeah,
I think he made it because I'm pretty sure this is the same slide that shows up in his Saints Unscripted video that he did, which was absolute garbage, by the way. Just for those who haven't seen it, don't bother. It's worthless, except for, this pretty colorful slide.
All right, and he said something earlier that I think we should flag right now because it represents a major misunderstanding in Brian's approach. He says hallucinations, and clearly he wants to unearth. He only understands the world of psychedelia through hallucinations, and like I want to vocalize something from my time working on this, and me not listening to Cody and Cody having the right read on the situation. Our original 2017 self-published article, we titled it "Revelation Through Hallucination," and I thought it was just kind of a clever, sounding, kind of catchy title. But Cody vocalized before that hallucination is not really an appropriate or an accurate word to use in this context. And I was like, but it rhymes. I like it, so we should go with it instead. And I see now the failures of how that has now, the trickle down effect of this, 6-7 years later, where we are with it, because the hallucination is the impression that people are getting, and that is the wrong impression of all of this. So we talk about it. We address his use of the word hallucination later, but should we address it really quickly here just to kind of set the scene?
Yeah. Or I think Alex does a pretty good job of it later.
Okay. We can wait for that then. That sounds good.
Cool.
All right, moving on.
Peyote could have been available to Joseph Smith, and so we wonder, did he actually partake of these, and was this part of the process of creating these visionary experiences? And this is what is the advocated throughout the article that I showed. These are called entheogens, and that's a new word, relatively new word, and it's a title or a label for chemicals that can cause ostensibly a religious experience in the people who take them. Now, the other part of researching at this stage of the scientific method is to look at the type of visionary experiences that the early Latter-day Saints reported. Joseph Smith, there's this article by Alex Baugh, a dear friend of mine, who found 76 accounts of Joseph Smith's visionary experiences. He's having a lot of these. He's telling people about a lot of visionary experiences. He also dictated some lengthy revelations. He also dictated the very long Book of Mormon. And the article makes this statement that Smith used a seer stone to translate, and we hypothesize an entheogen. So this is part of the hypothesis in the article. And just one fun fact, my current research is all about the Book of Mormon and its origin. But this is important for the theory that he may have been taking entheogens as he's dictating for the 3 months. The word stream contains 207 named individuals.
All right. So the Book of Mormon is, the Book of Mormon and polygamy are Brian's kind of pet projects, right? So this is just crafted in order to hit the viewers with a ton of data and stupefy them, to look at the Book of Mormon and see all of these numbers and think, wow, only a genius could have come up with this. foundationally, when you examine the Book of Mormon, it's like 3 stories just repackaged and renamed over and over and over and over again in the book, right? You got a righteous prophet dude, you got civilizations that the righteous prophet dude will save, and you got war. And basically those are the 3 tropes that the Book of Mormon harps on over and over and over again, and repackages and tells itself over again. So these numbers are far less impressive when you just consider the content itself of the Book of Mormon is not that sophisticated. The characters are one-dimensional. It's a very elementary style story. It's very good guys versus bad guys and simplistic and plain. There's no political intrigue. There's nothing that reveals it to be a legitimate history book. But if we present all of this data, it looks so complex. No farm boy without an education could have written such a complex book. And this is just a very common strand that apologetics take about the Book of Mormon. And I'm so sick and tired of it, because I just finished reading the Book of Mormon on Aaron Ra's show and making fun of it for 2 years straight every Sunday. It's not a good book. It's not a sophisticated book. It's not a complex book. So this level of reverence that people have for it makes no sense to my mind anymore. So that is all to say that we do hypothesize in the paper that Joseph Smith was possibly using psychedelics while he was writing the Book of Mormon, while him and Oliver Cowdery or John Whitmer, whoever.
And there's a foundation for that. Like there
Right.
are channeled books through history that were received via drugs, and we can go into that if we need to. But I would also like to point out as well that for such an accurate book, what does he say? 99.9% accuracy. Why has it been edited thousands of times since Joseph's day if it was 99% accurate? This is just like laughably bad arguments. And you're right, Bryce. It's just like, I'm going to throw statistics at you until you're overwhelmed with numbers. And it doesn't mean anything when you really look at it.
And I think it's here somewhere else that he hammers on like memory, like, oh, psychedelics leave you not remembering anything. You can't possibly, remember a detailed vision sort of thing. And it's like, yeah, okay, there's no scientific studies out that, Brian could have read, since that's the only thing he reads, that argue that psychedelics can enhance your memory. But if you look at the anecdotal data from tons and tons of people who have used psychedelics, it can enhance memory. They have perfect recall of their visionary experiences on their trips. The only way that you don't is if you take way too high of a dose. And there's no way that Joseph would have been translating if he'd taken a super high dose of these things.
I'll be mentioning it later, but Rick Doblin's follow-up study mentioned several times that the participants recalled their trip 25 years later as one of the most memorable experiences of their life.
Right. And the premise that he is establishing here is drugs make you stupid. And Joseph Smith wrote such a complex book. Nobody stupid could do that. Therefore,
but Joseph is stupid. He's a dumb farm boy. He couldn't have written the book.
Right. Exactly. Right. So it's like, which one does he want, really? Is Joseph smart or what? But yes. But I also want to tackle this as the overall point too, that like he's clearly ignoring the creative catalyst that drugs often are. Right. And like, if we try and look at the world of art without any drugs, we don't have a lot of art, right? Like the entire like whole antebellum artistic movement and all of the poetry and all of the compositions and everything was all fueled by laudanum. No, that's not a psychedelic, but like the creative powers that drugs give are clearly being missed here by Brian. And the byline is just that, very much like, just say no, and like a dare campaign of like, just drugs make you stupid. And once again, it just reveals his biases. I guess that's my overall point.
Didn't Brian live through the 60s? I mean, we're going to talk about drugs and art.
Probably as a kid.
Probably, yeah. But
So, yeah,
I mean,
all the bands he listened to wouldn't exist or wouldn't be nearly as good if they weren't influenced by LSD or influenced by LSD using bands.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just worth pointing out, like putting all of this in context, that like drugs facilitate creativity, and and he's gonna harp on this a little bit later, so we can address it then too.
Individuals who are mentioned 3,780 times with 2 possible mistakes. This is the Mosiah Benjamin switches. There's 149 promised land locations that are referred to 670 times with 2 apparent errors. There's armies marching to the wrong cities in Alma. And then there's 44 social geographic groups that are like Lamanites and Nephites that are mentioned 1,674 times with no mistakes. These numbers show that through over 6,000 recall events, during the 3-month dictation, Joseph Smith remembered the names of more than 400 people, places, and groups with over 99% accuracy. So if we're going to theorize that Joseph is taking an entheogen, it's going to be one that's going to help his memory. And I would argue there is no such drug, but because if there were, you should market it on college campuses today.
Okay.
They do. It's called drugs.
You just have to have the right friends. Right. So I think it's important to point out a couple of data points that we use to talk, or to conclude, that the Book of Mormon was likely written while Joseph was dosing, to some extent, not full on, like, face melting dosages, but to the point that it was facilitating creative processes. During Martin Harris's break from the church and the huge fallout that resulted from that, he had said in a public setting in Kirtland that Joseph Smith drank too freely while he was translating the Book of Mormon. And there was the young girl who was working on the Whitmer farm who talked about seeing Joseph and John and Oliver, I believe, coming down from the translating room looking pale. Now that could be from carbon dioxide toxicity, with his head buried in his hat for hours and hours on end, or it could have been what they were drinking in their tea that was doing this, right? So there are data points that we use in the article to substantiate the idea that Joseph Smith was possibly using these things for their creative powers.
Yeah. And I think there's an account somewhere that talks about, oh, he'd pick up, mid-sentence right where he left off, sort of thing. And that's not unheard of in psychedelic states. That there was a story from a Buddhist teacher that I was listening to a while back who, was using Datura all the time. And he would have these visionary experiences and was writing a book. And it would, he'd drink his Datura and wait for it to kick in. And as soon as it kicked in, he'd pick up right where he left off before. Because, you got to enter that altered mind state again, get in that space, and boom, you pick up right where you left off the day before when you had to come down, kind of thing. So it's not unheard of that people pick up mid-sentence in channel books, in books created on drugs, and stories created on drugs.
And give me some too. As I'm getting older, I would love to have some of this. But these
We would love to.
are the kinds of facts that we want to understand as we start to hypothesize what's going on here. Now, that's not all. And this is a big point of the article. And Fawn Brody said it very well. She said, at an early age, Joseph Smith had what only the most gifted revivalist preachers could boast of: the talent for making men see visions. And then she also said Oliver Cowdery, who was a Book of Mormon scribe and one of the 3 witnesses, had seen visions that were more real to him than meat and drink.
And we gotta stop there.
Yeah.
Because if you've ever talked to anybody who's used psychedelics, those visions are more real than reality. You can ask any person done that, and they will say, oh yeah, absolutely, that was more real than real. There's the colloquial story of people who use DMT who go to that world, and the people in the world come and say, hey, it's nice to see you back. How was your dream, sort of thing. Like, that is the real world, and this is the dream world. So saying, that he's seen visions more real to him than meat and drink, that just is evidence for our case.
And actually, I, on that point, would like to just read a quote from Fred M. Smith, a Mormon prophet, real quick. Quote, "Those of weak imagination can strengthen it by opium, hashish, coca, or one of several other narcotics to bring about artificial fancy ecstasies. These visions are even richer in color and form than the natural ones and constitute the highest form of enjoyment," unquote. I think that's another way of saying the same thing, don't you guys?
Yep. Yeah. That kind of says it all, right? And I think it's important to spend a bit of time quoting Fred M. Smith. I have a couple of quotes from him as well that we'll be getting to a little bit later. It's just important to point out that Fred M. Smith was a prophet of a Mormon church, the RLDS Church, who wrote his PhD dissertation about ecstatic states of consciousness, calling it the higher powers of man. Wrote that while he was published it while he was the prophet of a church, and explicitly advocated for the use of peyote as well as other psychedelics. So it's just important to note that this is somebody who's a trained psychologist who understands ecstatic states of mind, who's a Mormon prophet that we can quote from to refute a bunch of what Brian says. And now somebody might come and say, well, he's not a prophet of the true Mormon church. In which case I would say, tu kokwe. All right, let's go.
What I wanted to also do at this point is here is an account of the Kirtland Temple dedication, and it's by Benjamin Brown. It was written down hours or days after it occurred. He's an eyewitness. So this is a really reliable account, about as reliable as we could hope for. But it also illustrates a number of the different types of visionary experiences that are being described by the Latter-day Saints and Joseph Smith. And I'm sorry, I want to read it. I don't have a lot of long readings here, but this is the longest one. But it illustrates what we're talking about, that entheogens are supposed to have caused. And Benjamin Brown said this. He said, "Brethren began to prophesy. Many prophesied in the name of the Lord, then began speaking in tongues, and it filled, as it were, the whole house. Perhaps there were 40 speaking at once. Cloven tongues of fire was seen to sit on many of them, and hand was seen laid upon one when he spake in tongues to the Lamanites. Many visions seen. One saw a pillow, that might be pillar, or cloud rest down upon the house, bright as when the sun shines on a cloud like as gold. Two others saw 3 personages hovering in the room with bright keys in their hands." So a group hallucination, and also a bright chain in their hands. The west end of the house was illuminated by a light from heaven, seen on the outside by many. Father Stephen saw 2 rows of angels through the house. So if we just highlight a few of these, there's prophecies, there's speaking in tongues, there's seeing clouds, there's group hallucinations, if you will, or visions. There's multiple references to light, brightness, fire, and sun. So if we throw the net a little wider, the visionary experiences of the early Latter-day Saints had a...
Can we just talk about that account?
No, dear
Yeah.
God, please.
There's so much.
I feel like Brian's going to end up putting his foot in his mouth in about 5 seconds, but yeah, where do we even begin?
All right, so I want to bring in a Fred M. quote here. Let me find this here. So he says talking specifically discussing specific intelligence and that you are able to gain like actionable results from the visionary experience. He says, "There are left upon the brain centers in ineradicable impressions whose complexes will ever after come into consciousness in an imperative manner, likely to functionize as a determiner of conduct. Hence, it is an idea that can dominate one's life." And I bring that up because Fred M. Smith understands the transformative experience that can happen when you go through one of these truly visionary, like ultimate experiences, that it completely occupies your life. It becomes everything that you think about. It becomes all that you can like. And when it's in a religious context, it represents a lifelong commitment to that religion. And that's one thing that we point out extensively throughout the paper, is that the result of Joseph Smith facilitating these visionary experiences for people resulted in them becoming lifelong committed members to his faith. And what Brian just described were just symptomologies of psychedelic intoxication. Like, how is he not seeing the pillars of fire, the clouds, the cloven tongues, the angels walking around the room? These are visionary experiences that are happening, and the shared visionary experiences shows how good Joseph Smith was at creating conducive set and setting in order to have multiple people have a similar visionary experience that they recalled was seeing the same thing. So it's like he's just describing a group psychedelic experience. That's all that Brown account does.
Yeah. Well, and the interesting thing about Kirtland Temple too is, well, I mean, there's a million of them, but like so many of these are third-person accounts about things other people were seeing. So we're not even getting the exact language that the person would have used to describe it. And what's interesting is, I really wonder if like Joseph primed. Well, okay, so first off, the Kirtland Temple dedication itself didn't have that much in it. It had the two instances of speaking in tongues with Brigham Young, and then there's the Frederick G. Williams seeing the angel come through the window and sit next to Joseph Sr. and Joseph Jr. saying that's Jesus. All of like these accounts, like this account from Benjamin Brown, is coming from the evening after with a smaller group of people that is, consisting of more of Joseph's closer inner circle. And I really wonder if, he talks about this day of Pentecost and the cloven tongues, or the cloven tongues of fire, the speaking in tongues, the prophecy, like all of that is almost word for word from Acts 2, the Apostles' Day of Pentecost. And so the fact that, 7 or 8 people in their accounts use the exact same terminology there really makes me think that, Joseph probably primed them and said, hey, these are the visions you're going to see because this is the Pentecost. And so then people describe the visions after the fact in that way.
Yeah, and we'll get into Pentecostal experiences a bit more, but there is I believe a notable difference between on the Natch Pentecostal experiences and ones incorporating entheogens. We can get into that later, but we'll footnote that for further discussion.
Should we let Brian go through his list and then we can go back and critique it?
Beginning and an ending. There's full immediate recall. And this is a really important point when it comes to some of the entheogens. These aren't people who are saying, oh, I had a vision, but I can't remember what it was. And then a few weeks later, they remember one piece and then another piece. These people are recalling these right after the account. Nobody's reporting amnesia. A few of the reports.
Psychotherapy works. Like psychedelic assisted psychotherapy, you have a vision. Immediately after, you have a report with your psychiatrist you're telling them exactly what happened, and you go home from a trip, you write down what happened exactly. Like it's immediate recall.
I think anybody who's spoken to anyone immediately after DMT or ayahuasca can account for like, nope, they remember it all real clear. And they're more than willing to tell you about it over and over and over.
Right. Yeah. And Brian's full immediate recall for the Saints, like, okay, Benjamin Brown's account might have been written right after the fact, but the rest of these, they're all coming weeks, months, years, decades after the fact that we're getting these reports of it. So he can't say that they all had full immediate recall.
And I want to focus on the no accounts of amnesia as well, because it's not necessarily amnesia, but the sense of ineffability and the how difficult it is to capture what is retained or what the experience is. It's just so difficult to describe it, right? There are some individuals who can do so very well. Terence McKenna is one who legendarily is very delicate in the way that he used language in order to describe visionary experiences. But there's so many times throughout the historical record and through the Book of Mormon where the visionary experiences are so sacred that the Lord commands the prophets not to write them, or that they could only write 100th part of what they experienced. That's through the Book of Mormon and throughout so many experiences in the School of the Prophets leading up to the dedication ceremony itself. Joseph describes the experiences as they were too sacred, and each man has a record of, a record of what he saw. Right. So it's not also necessarily amnesia that happens. I mean, some that can happen with some like the nightshades and some of the more like dangerous psychedelics. But it is also the ineffability and people's lack of ability to describe it. And the language that they use and apply to their experience is oftentimes going to be influenced by, like what you were saying earlier, Alex, the Bible. Visionary language that is contained in the Bible informs people's visionary experiences when they are dosed, right? So that is how they are going to understand, and the terminology they will apply to their experience. So it's just, once again, it's just showing a complete lack of understanding of the very basics of psychedelics here.
Reports of people being weak afterwards, but there are no reports of hours-long intoxication with incoherence or a general unresponsiveness. They're interpreted by the people who receive them as divine, as coming from God, and they increase the faith in their specific religious beliefs. They're speaking in tongues, but it's described as actual genuine foreign language, and I've actually experienced this on my mission. It doesn't sound like just somebody babbling or somebody with slurred speech. There's coherent prophesying pertinent to their situations. There's reports of conversations with spiritual beings who delivered meaningful messages. There's many reports of light and brightness, and there's group experiences.
Okay, so he says there are a few reports of weakness afterwards, but no hours-long intoxication or incoherence or general unresponsiveness. Panel.
Kirtland Temple, they were staying up all night long having visionary experiences. Like, that's in so many of the accounts that, hey, we started in the evening and we went until the morning. And you know, what is it? On the night of March 30th, because the second dedication was on March 31st, Joseph says, yeah, I went to bed because I had to preside the dedication the next day. So I left at 9, while the 12 and the rest of the brethren stayed all night having visions.
And there's also other conferences where they talk about having beds prepared for people like that who would lie in trances for days at a time, wandering in unknown regions, something to that effect. Like they very much did, yes. And I'm sorry, but the speaking in tongues thing, I have to also address, like, okay, so there's a delineation for people that don't know. A Mormon speaking in tongues, they like to pretend, is an actual phenomenon where you can magically, randomly, spontaneously speak a foreign language perfectly fluently, and it's a gift of God. It's not the same as like most evangelical Pentecostal speaking in tongues, where you are just kind of like making mouth noises and someone's supposed to interpret.
That's glossolalia.
But that's glossolalia, and it's also not what was reported in the Kirtland Temple dedication. You had people experiencing glossolalia and other people coming to translate what they were saying. They did not have Native Americans in the congregation who are like, oh my God, he's speaking Lamanite, because that wasn't a language. Like, I'm sorry, this is so dumb. And it's for somebody who's going to harp on us about scientific method. It's not very sciencey, Brian.
Yeah, and there's so many reports of glossolalia even among psychedelic users. And you know, glossolalia, like I was reading an account a while back about how glossolalia sounds like a foreign language because you're making noises in the same sort of cadence as your language. So
Yeah.
a person who speaks English, their glossolalia will be in the cadence of their English language, whereas someone who's speaking Swedish, it'll be in the cadence of their Swedish language. But the noises are incomprehensible. And so, you know, the fact that Brigham Young got up and spoke in tongues, and then I can't remember who, but somebody came and interpreted it, you know, maybe he was just using his spiritual vision the same way Joseph translated, quote unquote, the book of Abraham. No, he was using his, quote unquote, spiritual vision to kind of tell a story. The same sort of thing could have been happen with Brigham Young. You know, he's speaking in tongues in this gibberish or foreign language or whatever, and somebody else comes and says, hey, I'm feeling the spirit right now. This is what's going on. This is what's happening. Or what he's intending to say.
Right. And that's how the speaking in tongues goes, right? Because like the biblical passage says that one person will speak in tongues, the other will translate it, right? So that when one person does it, then then another person has to spontaneously in the congregation stand up and give the translation. That is how this practice is done. And I think it is very revealing that Brian says that he has experienced the gift of tongues on his mission, because that is the present Mormon context. That is the fallacy of presentism. The gift of tongues, as it's understood in the modern culture, Mormon culture today, is very different than it is in most other faith traditions, and very different than it was from the original tradition of the church, which was actually glossolalia instead. So once again, just these small signals reveal biases, and they reveal logical fallacies that are inherent in Brian's entire analysis of this. So it's just worth flagging when these things come up. Yeah, so reports of light and brightness too. Yeah, that's a very, very common symptom of like getting over a threshold dosage, is like seeing visionary elements or hallucinatory elements. And it can begin with seeing tracers, and then it goes all the way up to just blinding white light to that point, right? Like, so
There's a
yes,
term
light and
among
brightness.
there's a term among LSD heads where they're like, "Have you had the white light experience? Have you gotten to the white light?" Like, there's even a term for it in the culture, but Brian wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
And his reports of conversations with spiritual beings who delivered meaningful messages, that's like every psychedelic experience ever. I meet someone, they have a message tailored for me, sort of thing. Like, come on. Like, you go to Arrowhead and read any account, and they're going to tell you about some spiritual being that they met who had a message to tell them to
I could
help them
give
improve their
you a
life.
dozen of those right now that are my own.
Yeah, same
I
here.
can talk about this personally.
Same here. And the coherent prophesying pertinent to their situations, not random or arbitrary. Like, yeah, that's exactly psychedelics. It's always pertinent to you in particular. Come on.
Yeah. So, I mean, this slide just reveals a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of fallacies. So it's.
And he's got another slide with all
He does.
more that we'll critique.
And then a few things that the visionary experiences are not. There's no grotesque or outlandish
I'm going to let him get through this whole slide, and then let's respond to it.
Yeah.
distortions of people or objects. There's no reports of persistent intense anxiety, fear of losing yourself or your sanity, desires to harm yourself or others. There's no reports of visionary experiences increasing in intensity to the point of death. There's no reports of nausea or altered bodily functions. There's no reports of darkness. None are ever attributed to surreptitiously administered substances. And I've studied this. There's no cause and effect sequences related to previous sacrament administration. And so now what we've done is, I would say we.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
The church started with a grotesque, outlandish distortion of a person. Joseph Smith wanders out into the forest and is seized by a malevolent spirit. He is unable to speak. He can't move. And then he has a pillar of light descend. How is that not part of this, right? Visionary experiences increasing to the point of death. Joseph said that he thought he was going to die from it.
Fear of losing himself and harming himself. He's going to die.
And no reports of nausea or altered bodily functions. I'd like to point out that Joseph's little brother, or is it his little brother, William?
Yeah, William.
William Smith was vomiting in the pews while this whole visionary experience was happening. And we'll harp on this later.
Samuel
but
Smith,
Brian,
too, and Don Carlos.
Brian consistently, for a fucking anesthesiologist, consistently does not account for dose. He just like, bad trips are bad trips, okay? That's not how this works. And clearly there was a spectrum of participants, or a spectrum of experiences that the participants were having.
Yeah. Well, and okay, so let's go through this. No grotesque or outlandish distortions of people or objects. Well, we have physical distortions. I mean, Ezra Booth's account of the June 1831 conference, he says, then ensued a scene of which you can form no adequate conception, and which I would forbear relating, did not the truth require it. And then, he describes this elder moved on the floor, his legs inclined to a bend, one shoulder elevated above another, upon which head seemed disposed to recline, his arms partly extended, his hands half clenched in claw form. His mouth is half open, and his pupils are contracted and they're dilated. And he assumed this wild and ferocious cast, and his whole appearance presented a frightful object to view of the beholder. Like, no grotesque distortions? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would also like to point out J.J. Moss's account where he compares the Isaac Morley farm sacraments in Kirtland to an insane asylum.
Yeah. Here's Levi Hancock's account. He opens it by saying, reporting what Joseph had said, that some of you must die for the testimony of this work. And he looked at Lyman White and said to him, you shall see the Lord and meet him near the corner of the house, and laid his hands upon him and blessed him with the visions of heaven. So here is like, this is a very shamanistic type of thing. Somebody is, approaching their dosage response, and you say, you are about to see the Lord. You are going to meet him. He's going to be somewhere over in the corner, that corner over there. And you lay your hands upon them and bless them in order to help guide the experience to be a good trip, that they will, like, this person is in a suggestible state of mind already because you're the prophet, you're the mouthpiece of God. And add into that, the dosage is making them even more suggestible. Joseph Smith is just using the psychedelics as one of his tools in order to be able to get these visionary experiences to happen.
And Brian likes to paint this like mustache twirling melodrama version of Joseph that he thinks we're presenting, but just to point out, Bryce, there's nothing nefarious about Joseph acting as a shaman in that capacity.
No, not at all.
This is something that the saints wanted from him, and he was doing. So I just want to clarify that is not a nefarious act, or we are not painting that in a malicious light.
Yeah, right. It's the function of every shaman, every hierophant, every religious leader in every culture throughout history. They all do the same thing.
Yeah. And I also want to point this out too. Joseph Smith's discovery of psychedelics to deal with his own traumatic experiences and the therapeutic advantages that can be had using psychedelics, right? Like, he went through multiple childhood traumatic events that increase the likelihood that somebody suffers from PTSD later on in their life. And that is from his crippling physical ailment that resulted in a non-anesthetized leg surgery, massively traumatic event. The loss of his oldest brother and his mentor, the father figure of the home, Alvin, that was a huge traumatic event. Him being shipped off to go live with the other Smiths, it was with Uncle John Smith, I believe, in Vermont, because he was too much for Lucy to handle when he was recovering.
Jesse Smith took him to Boston with him, where Jesse Smith's in-laws were the Peabodys.
Okay, thank you. In any that, right, he's also being separated from his family. That's another childhood traumatic event, right? So Joseph Smith has multiple of these traumatic events, likely suffers from some forms of mental illness that can be helped with the use of psychedelics. Then the most compassionate thing for him to do would be to provide that therapy to the other people who also probably had similar traumatic experiences through their life, because this is frontier fucking America and life sucks out there. So, like, this is not mustache twirling Joseph Smith. This is Joseph Smith who is healing and healed from his past traumatic events and wants other people to experience that healing as well.
Yes.
And then, of course, the first miracle of the church, like, that we have to mention it now. We'll mention it later. Newell Knight had not had a visionary experience. He was looking for one. He asked directions from Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith tells him to go out in the woods. Newell Knight goes out there, prays, doesn't have the experience, starts feeling a little woozy on his walk home. And then once he gets home, that's when he starts convulsing and having all sorts of really bad, outlandish distortions and altered bodily functions. Joseph Smith comes in and exorcises the spirit, and then the trip turns good. This becomes a lifelong committing visionary experience, and Newell Knight remains a member of the church for the rest of his life. So how, that one story violates almost everything that he does on this entire slide.
And also is a great example of the symptomatology we're talking about. And kind of the time window we're working in too. Like, it's just
moving right along.
kind of researched the topic area. We've looked at what entheogens are, what they can do generally. We've looked at what the visionary experiences are comprised of. Now is the time to create a hypothesis. And now I'm putting words into the mouths of Bryce and Alex and Cody. But I think the hypothesis, if we were to try to reduce it down, is that Joseph Smith ingested entheogens and administered them to others, which caused hallucinations they interpreted as religious visionary experiences.
If that's what we wanted to say, then we would have said it, and you wouldn't have had to manufacture a quote and put quote marks around it and say that I'm making a quote that you're saying.
I can't believe he put it in quotes. Like, at no point did any of us ever say this or write this.
I don't know what to make of that practice in general of literally fabricating a quote of your interlocutors in a debate. I don't know how to interpret that aside from genuinely misunderstanding what we're saying or just malfeasance. I don't know how else to look at that.
Yeah, I mean, he does say that, you know, I'm putting words in their mouth, but then he goes ahead and does that. Like, why not just use your own words in the paper? Or, you know, say, this is my summary or my understanding of what they said and what they're arguing.
I have a similar problem as Bryce, where I can't really decide if it's just ignorance or malfeasance. And this is one of the few times where the scales just tip in my, like, you claim to be a scientific mind, and this is fraud. This is fraud. Like, I I don't know what other word to describe this as, but it's meant to paint a picture like he was earlier that's supposed to discredit us. So we can continue. I hate this quote so much.
And also, we have a conclusion section in our paper that you read and responded to. You could have taken anything.
Did he make it that far, though?
Like, we have all written on this extensively. We have podcasted and done many public appearances about this topic. There's dozens of hours worth of audio and video to mine from all of us on this. There's a lot of papers. There are at least 4 individual papers in different journals that talk about this subject. You could have taken actual quotes from any of those, but instead choosing to fabricate a quote and then saying explicitly that you are, that you created this quote, and then putting it in quotes is that, I'm sorry, that for me that goes beyond the pale. That's unacceptable. All right, moving on.
And so
I want to comment on that. That isn't correct. We're saying hallucinations has an extremely negative connotation, and that's not what we're saying at all. Not hallucinations that they interpreted as religious visionary experiences, but that they ingested entheogens, and this was the cause of the experiences, and there's no distinction between them.
And I think it's also reductive to say that it's all just about hallucinations. Hallucinations are just one part of the psychedelic or the entheogenic experience, and those can be auditory and visual and other sensory hallucinations, even taste and smell and touching. But the hallucinations are just one small piece of it. We are much more talking about the overall elevated experience, the emotional experience of it, as well as the way that it alters a person's psychology and commits them to lifelong faith in whatever context the visionary experience happened.
And also, just as a quick note, I'm sure as an anesthesiologist, you're aware there's dose variance, dose response. And you're speaking about entheogens as though you take entheogen and X happens. And there's quite a wide spectrum in there for like dose variance, dose response. So I just want to insert that.
I mean, depending on if you have a planned stopping point, Brian, we could pause here because we've got a lot of responses to your first 2 slides. But if you have a preset stopping point, then feel free to continue to that. And
actually, this is it. Okay. So go ahead.
All right. So that was the presentation, and thanks guys for interjecting here. So who would like to go first?
How do we want to do this? Do we want to have Brian bring his slides back up and we can respond to those points? Or
Yeah, you could ask him, hey, can you pull up that slide? However you want to do it. Yep.
Bryce, Cody, or Bryce, do you want to start?
I wish that we would have had him pull up the slides instead of like then trying to respond to the way that we did based on memory of what he had said. I wish that we could have had, well, frankly, the last, half an hour of debunking that we did on just his three terribly misinformed slides previous to this. I wish we would have been able to have that exchange on the program with the initial exchange with Brian there.
And I mean, I want to know what he would have said. Like, would he just have doubled down on that? Oh, no, you can't say that. Or that didn't happen. And then we're like, oh, well, let's pull up Joseph Smith papers and pull up the quote. And what do you say now, Brian? Like, I wish we could have gotten that from him.
Yeah.
Once again, it shows the structure of the debate, that everything was being facilitated by Brian. We were there responding to Brian. This was none of us were able to get to almost any of our material, with Cody as the only exception, really.
Still the best part of that entire thing.
It's so good. I can't wait for it.
It's like watching somebody walk into a trap. It was it was my favorite part.
Yeah. So, guys, keep listening because you haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We haven't gotten to our responses yet. Sure. So I just want to very, very briefly speak to the methodology that we're using here, because I think there is a foundational misunderstanding of the way that history or historical studies are done and the way that the methodology of history works. History is a social science. It is not a test tube science. However, the cyclical nature that Brian showed with the testing of hypotheses, while there is overlap with the historical method, that is not the historical method, because it is a social science. A big part of the historical method is, of course, source criticism. You are looking at the sources, you are understanding the context in which the sources are made, and you are dealing with those sources and incorporating sources into an entire corpus of information and knowledge. And we have, we live in an era of New Mormon history. As part of this New Mormon history is re-examination of sources and source criticism. And in order to do that, we need to determine the reliability of these sources. We need to determine the likelihood that they were stated in the proper context, the likelihood that they are later reminiscences, trusting the reliability of a source based on the amount of time that has passed since the event happened to when the event was recorded. There are a lot of there are a number of heuristics that we use in order to determine the reliability and the trustability of sources, and then that all contributes to creating argumentation. And the argumentation is where we actually build the historical models. Our historical model is that we see extreme visionary experiences that happen in early Mormonism that we do not see in other eras of Mormonism. So what factors contribute to the statistical anomaly of the visionary experiences, as noted by the consensus of Mormon historians, right? Alexander Baugh's article is just one among a litany of sources or of historians that discuss the visionary experiences in early Mormonism. So why do we see this spike of very odd experiences that drop off after a certain period of time? So in order to interrogate that statistical variance, we need to understand the other factors that may have contributed to it. And we point to naturalistic explanations, the use of entheogens and these ritualistic shamanistic practices by Joseph Smith and the early leaders of the church. That is all to say, history is not a test tube science, and we should not be approaching it as a test tube science. And it seems that, Brian, from the slide that you presented, that you are trying to make history a test tube science.
Well,
all right. So I just want to briefly add a little bit more meat to that. And that is that this comes down to the way that we write history and the way that we analyze events in history. And the best way that I can capture this is a theologian writing about Mormon history will say that God gave Joseph Smith a revelation. A historian writing about Joseph Smith history will say that Joseph Smith authored a revelation. Right. So it's an entire mentality that you need to approach these things through a naturalistic lens, because if you approach it the way that Brian does as a test tube science with his cyclical thing of making a hypothesis, he comes to the table examining things like the Book of Mormon as what it claims to be. And what that leads to is what he finds as his hypotheses. Let me just pull up his interpreter page really quick. Because there's just one article that I think is kind of fun, right? Here we go. One of his articles, and let me just screen share really quickly. There we go. All right, you should be able to see this, right? So this is his one of his interpreter articles where he's trying to examine the possible potential locations of the Book of Mormon. So he's beginning with a conclusion. The Book of Mormon is what it claims to be, not is the Book of Mormon an accurate history of indigenous peoples of America. He is saying it is, therefore, where does it rest? And what's fun is he creates in here the issues, or he examines the issues within the Book of Mormon that all the time us evil anti-Mormons say is an anachronism of the Book of Mormon. There are horses contained in the Book of Mormon. And then he talks about horse and non-horse nations and the influence that horses have on various nations. And the way that the Book of Mormon writes about using horses doesn't delineate or doesn't specify that they were used as beasts of burden. Or even used for travel. And therefore, the Book of Mormon peoples are described as non-horse nations, and that the horses within the Book of Mormon are probably not actually horses that we know and understand today, but probably something that is horse-like. A tapir. He literally says horses are tapirs in the Book of Mormon. This is what why ex-Mormons make fun of Mormon apologists. Because it's too absurd.
It's making sense. His visual graphic of the scientific method, it looks like because it's cyclical, he can just start anywhere on the circle and just like come to a conclusion, right? Maybe I was misunderstanding his presentation this whole time.
So that's all to say that when you are doing the science of history, it's a social science. It requires art, it requires finesse, and also it requires spending a bit of time interpreting sources based on your own biases. That's why numerous historians from differing and diverse perspectives need to contribute to a field of history so that all of their biases are incorporated into the entire field, into the entire body of the historical field of whatever historical circle it is, right? So it's just important to note that like he is not examining this theory as a historian. He is examining this as an apologist. There is an end game, or there is a conclusion that he's approaching this with. Joseph Smith never would have used drugs. When he refused alcohol when he got his leg operation at the age of 8 years old. Like he's approaching it with that conclusion already in mind. Therefore, any amount of information that we present to him, it will never move him away from it. I mean, there's even a Facebook post where he says that he is a 100 out of 10 confidence that Joseph Smith did not use psychedelics. No scientist, no historian speaks about any theory that way.
You nailed it. You nailed it in the video, and you nailed it again.
Respond.
It's just that this is look. This is my pet peeve here. Theologians masquerading as historians.
He's not even a theologian, because theologians can make sense of psychedelic use within these things.
I mean, fair. He's a Mormon theologian, right? Like that's therefore the blinders are there. All right, moving on.
Because this isn't just about history, Bryce. And you know this. This is about science. And so what I'm proposing is that we test the hypothesis, whether it's hallucinations or other psychoactive types of reports from the drug enthusiasts that are using these things.
Oh, I love it.
Uh,
Brian, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you.
Drug, like that's the language we use matters. Drug enthusiasts is a disparaging war against drugs phrase that is used to disparage people who use drugs, right? So like that the terminology we use reveals a lot about ourselves, about our mentality. That just, I feel like that's it right there, drug enthusiasts. And also, Bryce, this isn't about just history. This is about science. So it's not about a social science. It's about science. Like
Yeah.
what?
And so are we going to start doing science of, the visionary beliefs of Mormons? Because if we're going to do that, we need a naturalistic explanation, which he doesn't offer. So, if we're going to do science, then he needs to do science with all of his other work.
or what about his speaking in tongues miracle? It sounds to me, if you were the scientist you are and you really experienced that phenomenon, you'd be studying it probably, right? Is that
No,
don't
because he
know.
wanted to put people to sleep.
Or it's because you can't science that and it was just not a thing that happened.
Yeah. Science can't explain everything, Brian. You, of all people, as a Mormon apologist, should appreciate that, since you're constantly saying that God top down does all of these things within history, interacts with history. Like, come on, you should appreciate that science has its limits.
And I like the way that you approach this. You say the top down, right? And this is the Mormon view of revelation and of prophecy, is that it is coming during our Q&As during the screenings. Alex, you said this point, and I really want to focus in on it, that like within the believing Mormon context, that this needs to come top down, and it needs to happen basically spontaneously. And because you are a good righteous Mormon, essentially, that this is but the way that psychedelics work, and then clearly in the early visionary experiences, is from a bottom out kind of a perspective. That revelation, prophecy, that speaking in tongues, that these gifts, these celestial gifts, as they are talked about by Agrippa, these come for everybody, to everybody equally. Everybody can access these. They can all have these powers. And it's looking at the process of revelation in the wrong direction, but looking at it from a hierarchical perspective, which is the structure or a byproduct of being a member of a very hierarchical and authoritarian religion.
Right. Yeah. And at the very least, say it does have some sort of top down, and God has a say in it. It's a relationship. You're worshiping and working with God should be a relationship. So you can be like, hey, like, I need some revelation right now, and I'm gonna do all of this to have it. So you better, come through, kind of thing. And you do
Isn't
that
that what
properly.
prayer is?
Yeah. Well,
Like
no,
that's
because Mormon prayers, just thank you for the food. Please give me the things that I want.
yeah, but what is faith healing? Like, what is any other? There's a million Mormon practices where you are asking for God's intervention. You are a participant in that relationship. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like, it fits in all other aspects of Mormonism in my mind. I don't know why this is such a stopping point.
yeah. Well, I mean, what is the theological thinking? Like, we're supposed to ask, but it's completely up to God whether or not it happens. So, I mean, yeah, I guess we do have some role, because if we don't ask, it might not happen, or it won't happen, I think, is the argument. But it's still completely up to him. Like, we have no say in whether or not it actually happens.
Later on in the presentation, we kind of dabble into the occult influences, and it seems clear to me that Hales is not really on board with the magic worldview in general. That maybe these are things that were a bit of a hobby, a little bit of a pet fascination with Joseph Smith, but those were clearly abandoned. Those practices were jettisoned once the true God appeared to him and everything. That's clearly misunderstanding how magic works, right? And why I like early Mormonism and the magic worldview so much is because it illustrates the mindset, the mentality of the individuals at the time based on the source material that was available to them. And it seems to me that Brian is completely misunderstanding that one of the primary focuses of ceremonial magic is literally communing with deity, setting up and establishing a communication with deity or with spirits in order to have communication with them, in order to learn about the world around them, in order to influence them or have them influence you. And like you said, Cody, you're setting up a two-way street essentially. It shows that like Cody, you coined the term entheomagus, right? It's such an appropriate word for Joseph Smith because he was a ceremonial magician who was also using psychedelics as part of the toolkit in order to achieve these states of consciousness and facilitate communication with what he perceived as deity.
Yeah, that was his specialty. And I think to your point, if you read any of the Enochian dialogues with Dee and Kelly, like they have a relationship with the angels they're communicating with. Sometimes they argue with them. Like this is it is a relationship in the way you would think of any other human relationship you would have. Sometimes you disagree, sometimes you belittle each other, sometimes like Brian's concept of this experience is not what Joseph's was, is all I'm saying.
Well, and we know he disagreed, with the 116 pages, asking about the end of times multiple times, sort of thing.
Right. Moving on.
We want to compare those to the visionary experience descriptions that we have in the historical record. That's true. But we also have a whole group of science observations about what these drugs do and how you obtain the psychedelic experience. I guess I can't use the word hallucination, but how we get that effect from these chemical substances. And that's actually the next section.
You're muted, Cody.
I pulled a Brian. You can use the word hallucination. You're just using it wrong. And we will go into all the scientific literature later. Clearly you hadn't read any of it.
And I'm ready to move on to that. And I think I'll cover most of what you've said by the time we get through the third section. So rather than jump ahead, what you said about history is absolutely true, Bryce. I agree with everything. But there are, when it comes to trying to document the use of entheogens, I think we need to look at history as critically as you implied for these other things. And that's where I find there to be a deficit. But that's.
So he agrees with everything that we said, but then he says, I don't agree with you. I mean, I'm being a little tongue in cheek about it, but
that's his entire move. The whole thing. He says, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm just going to ignore everything you said and say what I want to say because you're wrong.
Right. So he understands what we are communicating clearly. He understands like when we are responding to what he's saying, he's understanding the words that are coming out of our mouths, and then very blatantly just says that's not how we do it.
I mean, most of his argument.
Look, if you disagree with our points, then disagree with them. But if we are presenting a cohesive thought and a cohesive way to examine the historical record, and you acknowledge that it's a reasonable way to conduct this historical interrogation, then why are you coming to a different, an unreasonable conclusion? I am struggling to get my mind over that.
He's probably honestly just like trying to placate so that he can give his presentation. Because the way he wanted it was, he gives his 30-40 minute presentation uninterrupted and then we respond kind of thing. And that's probably what he's just trying to get after. He's like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Now let me finish, dumb fucks.
Yeah, that's probably a more accurate read of the situation. I actually agree with you. All right. His second part of his presentation. Yay.
That's my third section. So however you guys want to proceed, but my next section is going to look at these drugs from a scientific standpoint.
So before we move on, I just want to make sure that Alex and Cody, if you have anything you want to say before we move on to the next section, I want to make sure you get your voices in here too.
Do we want to start with symptomology of these visions? Like, should we jump into that in the Kirtland Temple first before he moves on, or should we wait until the end?
If you want to, Alex, that's up to you. I can wait till the end personally.
Okay, yeah, let's just do that. So
Okay.
I guess fatal error,
Okay.
Cody.
So we'll just
Fatal
continue
error.
here. Okay. So let's go.
I do want to
we
say
had an
Steve
opportunity.
did a great job of mediating this, and I want to just thank again, like he did a good job of making sure we all had a moment. So thanks to Steve.
Yep. But this was one of those, like, you know, everything everywhere all at once fractured mirror thing moments where, like, we could have gone one path, but we didn't. We went the other path. And like, if we instead took this opportunity to present some of the material that we had prepared, then I feel like the entire rest of the conversation goes in a totally different direction. Oh, well, you live, you learn.
Yeah.
Although
to
we
the next-
wouldn't have seen his worst material, like it just gets worse and worse, blatantly false. So I guess the benefit is we realize just how dumb he is when it comes to this stuff.
Action, Brian.
Okay, we're going to share my screen again. We're now going to talk about testing the hypothesis. And to do this scientifically, at least from my perspective, and I appreciate the comments from Bryce and Alex and Cody, it's very possible that I am not fully understanding their hypothesis. I thought I did. I've read that article several times. But
okay, that right there, I feel like was a telling, like that's a poker tell, right? When somebody says, I thought that I understood something, it's possible I'm not fully understanding something, then that is revealing that that Brian feels like he's pushed onto the back foot here. That's my read of it, in addition to reading his body language throughout all of this. Is I feel like he was not quite expecting us to respond as strong as we did and have the kind of the academic approach to this that we do. I think that he expected us to come on and be like, drugs are great, okay, and he'd be like, drugs are bad, okay, and that we're actually approaching this with a scientific method, and we're trying to call out when he is approaching things unscientifically and correcting his language. And like, we are approaching this through a good faith and honest academic conversation. And I think he wasn't quite expecting the conversation to go that way. And I think that was just a very telling phrase that he used.
But that's fine. I mean, we want clarity here and we want everybody to be on the same page. But my understanding is that we want to find an entheogen that can create, and hallucinations may not be the best word, but some kind of a psychoactive feeling or reaction within the person who's ingesting it.
Doesn't want to say
that is similar.
He doesn't want to say vision there. He says, oh, psychoactive feeling or reaction within the person. Like, come on.
Yeah. Very, very clearly. Yep.
Similar to the reported religious visions. And I would add the Book of Mormon dictation and these kinds of things, but also one that could be administered to a large group surreptitiously. And what I did is I went through the article, and the pages are on the left-hand side, and I tried to identify the visions and then the entheogen that is supposed to have caused that. Now, a criticism I have, and they may push back on that, and that's fine, is that quite often there are visions that are not really described in great detail that are then attributed either just to an unidentified entheogen, or that they're identified to an entheogen, but it isn't really shown, like datura, claviceps, and we'll talk about those in a minute, that actually would create these kinds of effects. I don't think that these things are tied together very well as a cause and effect in the article. But now I'd like to talk about the 7 compounds that are talked about in.
Okay, so before we get onto this slide, I want to talk about the previous slide here. And one thing that's important that we note throughout the entheogenic origins of Mormonism working hypothesis is that we present things that are going on, and then that's within the categories of various psychoactive compounds, what those compounds do, and then we talk about the experiences and the data from the Mormon historical record that seems to map over to that psychedelic material. So this is where I think there's a failing, because the way that this appears to be communicated is that the first vision experience had to be Datura, that the Newell Knight exorcism had to be Henbane, or that the Nauvoo Temple endowment had to be mescaline. And unfortunately, this is something I don't think we communicated very well in the original paper, that we are proposing multiple candidate entheogens that could have been used at multiple different times, and probably some of them even mixed together, and that we can't pinpoint which one was used for each individual point, does not mean that many of them couldn't have been possibly used. So he's looking for a very simplistic one-to-one here, and that's just not how psychedelics work. Should we move on to the next slide?
Sure.
Kinds of effects. I don't think these things are the non-scientific as a cause.
Yeah.
Sorry, should we do we want to let him get through his next chart, because this is the chart. I'm going to be a little ranty about this chart. So do we want to get through it first and then I'll tear it apart, or how to?
I say let's put up the chart. Why don't you go through your spiel on this? That's going to hopefully maybe.
Sorry.
I'll get
amateurs.
You can set the stage for it. That will hopefully program our minds to better understand his point when he gets into it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let me get to the slide here.
But now I'd like to talk about the 7 compounds that are talked about in the article.
Okay.
All right, Cody, destroy him.
Okay. I'm going to quickly just screen share you. So for those watching this, you see Brian's version of this. This is a chart that was recreated by Evan. Thank you, Evan. And I will show you what I've done to it. There we go. So I've taken the same chart and I've marked everything that he got wrong in red. I've marked everything he got very wrong in red and bold. And I've even marked a few that are red, bold, and italicized because they're that bad. I don't even know where to start. Let's give a broad view of this really bad chart, and then we can specifically tear apart pieces of it. So in this chart, Brian gives no accounting for delivery methods. And I just wonder, like, is his cart at work when he was an anesthesiologist? Is it full of just dried plants and stuff, or does he realize that scientists have found better, more efficient vehicles for administering these drugs? Specifically, what we suggest is that oils and alcohols, possibly smoking blends during the School of the Prophets, but I don't believe at any point do we make a suggestion that Joseph was just feeding plants to people, or that like the sacrament service was like a bunch of mushrooms, like he's about to say.
I also got to point out quickly too that he says something about, maybe he was baking it into the bread or something. Like that's some impossible to understand thing. Like there are recipe books out there where you can cook with psilocybin and make, delicious tasting meals and trip after eating a nice meal. So like it's not unheard of to cook these things into bread or some other meal.
Or to say, Paracelsus describes bathing your plants in wine and then filtering them with a silk cloth. So you are transferring the homogenized psychoactive material into the wine and then filtering the gross bits back out so that the wine is now hallucinogenic. That was Paracelsus was talking about that in the 16th century. So like this wasn't even a new technology in Joseph's day. Anyway, I'll leave some of the finer points for later. Again, there's also no accounting for variables such as like species variation. I'll bring up a psilocybin chart. Psilocybin alone has a lot, quite a spectrum of which variety you're picking and how hallucinogenic it is. So his dosage chart for 5 to 15 mushrooms is, I have so many questions about what mushrooms he's eating. It also doesn't account for things like fasting, which we know that the Mormons were doing often before sacrament sessions. So when you're fasting and you take a drug, the time to onset is decreased drastically, as well as when you take it in an alcohol tincture. It absorbs into your body very, very quickly. So he's not accounting for a lot of things I feel like as an anesthesiologist he should be accounting for, much less like a dose set and setting. Um, uh, the risks section is completely hyperbolic because he doesn't account for dose. Like, of course everything is like going to kill you and going to give you bad trips if you don't account for dosing. um uh, so I don't know, is that enough of a would you say an overview? We can let him get through it and then I'll tear apart bit by bit.
That sounds
And
sounds
I'm
great.
sorry, this is a very busy slide, but I'm going to refer back and forth to it. So you're going to get familiar with it. So this is very important because I want to talk about these chemicals individually and what we can say from science and from the non-scientific databases. Because I've been amazed this last couple of weeks. I've been going online and there are so many reports of people using these compounds that it's really not difficult to try to compare what they are saying to what the early Latter-day Saints were experiencing.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yep.
There's that. But there's also, and this is something he just can't seem to wrap his head around. You know, he's stuck in this presentism. Like, if they're describing how it goes today, then that must be exactly how it happened back then in every setting. Like, I think, you know, in all of it, in his couple weeks of browsing, you know, these scientific articles and Arrowhead, maybe he didn't pay attention to, you know, the different set and setting that people were taking these things in. He didn't even think to account for, oh, you know, maybe the language that people have used around psychedelics was drastically changed in the 60s and 70s. Psychedelics became cultural kind of thing. Like, maybe they talked about them differently back in the 1800s. Like,
Mhm.
our language now is way different from back then. And the way that we, you know, experience these things is way different than back then. You know, they didn't have headphones that they could put on to listen to music to guide a certain experience. Like, and they didn't, you know, have psychedelic art as a reference to, you know, maybe be a way to describe your trip. So he doesn't even account for the differences in culture and the differences in language and the differences in set and setting.
Exactly.
And and also recognizing the context of the individual, like the cultural context of the individual having the experience plays so much into the way that they describe it. I cannot count anymore on two hands how many people have come up to me at Sunstone and said that they had a visionary experience on it's most often psilocybin, but on various psychedelics, where they have a sacred grove experience, where they have like a temple experience, a celestial kingdom experience. They speak to Joseph Smith. They speak to Heavenly Mother. They use the language of their culture to describe the visionary experience. And we have a much more diverse world now. We have more access to different schools of thought, to different philosophies, that therefore individuals who are tripping today can pull from a lot more sources than were available to frontier Americans. So frontier Americans are going to describe their visionary experiences within the context of Christian occultism. That's the language that we are talking about, that we point to in the psychedelic experiences of the early Mormons. That people today don't use the same exact terminology to describe similar experiences just shows how much we are a product of our culture. That's all that tells us.
Based on their descriptions. Now, the first drug that's mentioned, and we saw it mentioned as causing some things on my last slide, but Claviceps purpurea is actually not a chemical at all. It grows on wheat and grains. You can see it here. These little stalks that are brown are actually chemical factories, and they create over 100 different chemicals. And if you take this, you don't know what is you're going to get exactly. I mean, it has gynecological uses as an ergot, but it isn't always predictable. But it does change your sensorium if you ingest this over months and years, which people would do because it would be on rye or wheat. It's psychoactive. It makes people behave differently and feel differently. It's vasoactive in that it'll close off the arteries in your fingers, so your fingers fall off over time. I mean, this is really a remarkable little chemical factory here, but it really has no religious or recreational use, and I do not understand why this would be included here.
Point of clarification. Ergot is one of the leading substances that was potentially used in the Eleusinian mysteries in early Greece. So it does have both religious and recreational use.
I would also like to quickly interject that German midwives have been using ergot tinctures since the 14th century that we know of reliably, and they understood the off-label side effects of it because, you know, they had a dose spectrum they were working within, and they understood that if you give somebody a higher end of this dose on the dose spectrum, then they're going to experience visions. This was part of the literature for making these tinctures. So you can continue. I just didn't know if you knew that.
With all due respect.
Yeah. So I just to bring that point home, I have a quote I'd like to read from a book written in 1582, written by a man named Lana Sear. My God, I'm so sorry. He wrote that sometimes long black grains stick out of the spikes similar to long nails. This description indicates that Lancer knew what ergot was. Furthermore, he also wrote that women used 3 sclerotia of the claviceps to induce strong uterine contractions. So this says that this is in 1582. We have German midwives using ergot with a pretty, you know, standard dose range of 3 sclerotia. There's also the oral tradition where somebody would teach you how to do this and show you how small or how big the grain was supposed to be, what time of year you were supposed to harvest it, what time of day you were supposed to harvest it, because many of these alkaloids vary throughout the day even. And him presenting this as though this is just a dangerous material where you take any of it and your fingers are going to fall off is just like laughably false, and it's another misrepresentation.
Just want to screen share. This is a Materia Medica book from 1822, published in Boston. An entire section on spurred rye called ergot, the origin of it, where he talks about different conjectures have been offered relative to the nature of this, and talks about the historical use of it. It was a parasitic vegetable from the fungi, the genus Sclerotium. They had the scientific terminology for these things, and it talks about the common length of it. It describes the physical appearances of it, and it talks about its effects and uses. Here we go. In regard to its immediate effect on the system, differ widely, considering it highly deleterious. From my own observation, I have found it produces nausea and vomiting in doses of form a scruple to a dram. It seldom operates upon the bowels. So on and so forth. That is all to say that it was well known, the effects of ergot. This was well understood. And if we go different point into this book, there's an entire chapter about tinctures. It doesn't specifically note ergot tinctures, but it notes tinctures of all other sorts. Where is the chapter on tinctures? I think it's 180s. Of course, I'm unable to find it right here. Damn it. Of course. There's an entire chapter on tinctures. I promise. These are pills. Here we go. Tinctures. Here we are. This is what I was looking for. The entire chapter on tinctures. All of these. All right. Clear that search. There we go. So we can see it, right? So tincture of aloes, tincture of aloes, tincture of arona, camphor, all of these tinctures. This whole chapter talking about how to make tinctures, talks about all sorts of nightshade tinctures as well. So like these are all important to note that this is within the context of the time, right? This is with like the people using these things were not idiots. They were scientists. And for him to also say that there was no religious significance for ergot is like, I'm glad that you corrected him on the fly, Alex, because it's just clearly reveals his own blinders to this. He just doesn't understand psychedelic material.
Well, since we're talking about dose, and I don't believe he goes into psilocybin in any great length other than the 5 to 15 mushrooms. Do you want to go through some of the dosage stuff he's getting wrong?
Okay.
Yes.
This is not science to
I think
know
he
exactly
removed
how much
the
of this you're
Bob
getting.
Steps
And
picture
these
here.
individual things produce different chemicals in different amounts. Yes, ergot was known to use that, but it wasn't a predictable response. It usually could create abortion. That was a big use of it historically, and yet it wasn't science. And the point is, what you said is all, I'd agree with that. But
Science
why is
only
it-
has existed since like the 1800s as we understand it. And indigenous people across the globe have been using these substances for thousands of years reliably and have developed their own quote unquote science for dose, set, and setting for all of these things. So they've understood how to use datura without killing each other. They've understood how to use ergot in proper doses throughout history. So just because we can't narrow down and isolate the specific molecule 1,000 years ago and give that to someone and see exactly what that does, there's a broader scientific practice going on of, testing these across many different people in many different settings across history over and over and over again. So science is just this collection of anecdotal data, through random placebo-controlled trials, collection of anecdotes of how it affects a person. And so we have thousands and thousands of anecdotes of these things built up through history in a collective body of knowledge.
Bryce,
Yeah,
you wanted to say something real quick too, and then we'll let Brian respond.
Yeah, I think it's just worth acknowledging, right? Like it's very convenient for us to go down to the local drugstore and pick up, cough medicine, right? That's tightly controlled, synthetic, oftentimes synthetic derivations of plant materials. But like our modern pharmacopoeia came from experimentation of all of our ancestors for literally thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, right? We have been drinking herbal teas probably started doing so about the same time that we harnessed fire and started boiling water, right? So like it's worth acknowledging that the scientific method of determining like what amount of specific molecules will cause this effect or this side effect or so on and so forth, like that is the clinical scientific method of modern pharmacology. It came from somewhere, right? We have been using and experimenting with all of the plants and herbs around us for as long as humans have been Homo sapiens and long before that.
Okay, so Cody wants to weigh in, and then Brian, why don't you respond?
I just have one quick side note to what Bryce was saying. If we look at some of the most respected ethnobotanists in the world, say Richard Evans Schultes, for example, who went to the Amazon and is responsible for hiding many of the pharmaceuticals we're using today. He referred to the indigenous peoples who were teaching him this knowledge as the real masters, as the real chemists. They just were using different language than we use today, even though they were using what he considered the scientific method. So.
Okay, Brian, respond, and then we'll continue.
There's so a couple of points that I wanted to just kind of bring up in this, right? Talking about the scientific method. Here's medical science from 1746 from a book called Primitive Physic, written by John Wesley, who was one of the two founders of Methodism. It was common for a Methodist, a good Bible-believing Methodist family to have a copy of Primitive Physic on their bookshelf next to their Bible. This was not unheard of. This went through, at least that I have found, 23 printings, and probably many, many more editions after that. But it talks about doing the scientific method, specifically animal studies, in order to understand plants. He says, but if anyone is sick or bit by a serpent or torn by a wild beast, the fathers immediately tell their children what remedy to apply. And 'tis rare that the patient suffers long, those medicines being quick as well as generally infallible. Yea, sometimes even by those meaner creatures, for it was easier to infer, if this will heal that creature, whose flesh is nearly the same texture with mine, then in a parallel case it will heal me. The trial was made, the cure was wrought, and experience and physic grew up together. It's like he's describing the early foundations of modern scientific medicine in 1746. And Primitive Physic has ergot as part of its recipes. There's over 160 recipes in Primitive Physic, and this is the edition that I found. And he's talking about how to use these things, the very basic recipes for all of these things, right? So it's just, once again, Brian is suffering from presentism. We're trying to introduce context and the medicine that was used at the time, the magic and occultism that was used at the time. All part of this was psychedelic usage, and Brian just saying nuh-uh. And the very next thing he says is nuh-uh. But please, panel. In our prep, Alex, had you said that you had a slide prepared for the religious and recreational use of ergot?
Oh yeah, I wasn't, well, that and these other substances. I wasn't sure if we wanted to get into that or if we wanted to do Cody's whole dosing chart now. He brings up religious stuff later too, so.
Yeah, I can jump into that real quick.
Yeah,
if you want.
Sounds great.
All right, I'm gonna go back to screen share. And so first off, just to give context, because I don't feel like Brian did anything to show us what he was pulling this from. I'm just going to show you the quick bibliography that we threw together. This is just books relating to history, psychedelics, and religious experiences. And for
Off
those
the
of you
top
listening,
of our heads too.
yeah, this is
4
just something
pages
Alex and I
off
threw
the top of
together.
our heads.
So I'm just going to scroll through. That's page 1. That's page 2 for those of you listening, page 3, and then a bunch of papers and references to things we're claiming. On that note, I'm going to switch over to a psilocybin chart. So one thing I'm going to get into in just a second with the dose is when you say something like psilocybin mushrooms, there's a lot of different varieties of mushrooms that contain psilocybin. So for example, if you are looking for a mushroom and you find Psilocybe pelliculosa, it's pretty weak in terms of psilocybin, psilocin, and baeocystin. Doesn't have a lot. You're going to have to eat probably 5 to 15 of those. Now, let's say you find azarescens, which Joseph did not have access. This is just a hypothetical. If you eat 5 to 15 azarescens mushrooms, you're going to experience what is known as paralytic shock. Azarescens are one of the few psilocybin-containing mushrooms that have any real physical side effects. That being the psilocybin, psilocin, and baeocystin content is so high that if you overdose on them, you can experience moments of paralysis. So in terms of what we are saying, we are presenting that if Joseph took a mushroom, say Sillimancata or Sillimancata, they're commonly known as Liberty caps, one of the most prevalent, easy to access psilocybin containing mushrooms there is. If you were to put that mushroom into a wine, you are decarboxylating the psilocybin into psilocin. And it just so happens that Liberty caps have almost no psilocin content. So they're very efficient in terms of breaking off that chain and turning it into psilocin. Now, the hallucinogenic wine you've made is 4 to 5 times more potent and therefore takes a lot less to get people off. So the way he presents it is though Joseph is handing out trays of mushrooms and Mormons are just like eating handfuls of mushrooms is inaccurate and doesn't account for species like I mentioned. So now we'll go over to this horrible chart. And I'm going to do my best for those of you listening to kind of break down what's going on this chart. But essentially, at the top, he has an entheogenic source. He lists 7 of them. He goes by active ingredients, which is the only section he gets completely right. It means he can use Wikipedia. And then he has, does this drug give you hallucinations with recall? He says no through half of them, but all of them, yes. Hallucinations with recall do happen when you take the appropriate dose. The next section is called dose quantity. And this is, again, so inaccurate, it's dangerous. For Datura, he just says a small amount of the dried plant. So what does a small amount of a dried plant mean? Could that be a teaspoon? Could that be a tablespoon? Because the difference between a teaspoon and a tablespoon of Datura seeds could result in death. So like
and it's also the roots or the leaves or what part of it, right?
Exactly. He's being so inaccurate that it's dangerous. The same thing with black henbane, a small amount of a dried plant. Or for example, Amanita muscaria. He says you just need 1 mushroom. How do you prepare that mushroom? What size is the mushroom? What time of year did you take it? At what stage in its development did you pick it? These are all things that he is just kind of hand waving aside. And then we mentioned the problem with the psilocybin mushrooms. He says 5 to 15 mushrooms is what a dose should be, which is not only very wide, but very dependent on the species you're taking. And then the most egregious one he mentions is peyote cactus. He says you need 30 to 40 button-sized cacti in order to make this work. And let me just draw a connection here. If we were talking about aspirin, which the standard dose is 1 to 2 pills every few hours. If you were to get that dosage as wrong as Brian does and say take 30 to 40 aspirin, I believe it was Cat Williams that said that would be your last motherfucking headache. Like there is
That's beautiful.
this is so inaccurate and irresponsible. This is the other tipping point I mentioned where I'm like, I don't know how to interpret this other than just like fraud. This is just like this is dangerous information, especially coming from somebody who fucking knows better. 30 to 40 size button sized mushrooms may not kill you, but it will lead to a bad trip. So
Brian, if you're watching this, please tell us how you came up with that. Like, cite us to your source for that, because I'm really curious. My hypothesis is that you went, oh, peyote and San Pedro cactus both have mescaline, so maybe if we get 30 to 45 mushrooms, that's equivalent to about like a foot of San Pedro cactus in size, and so maybe they'll have the same mescaline content.
It's got to be the same weight.
That's the best I can come up with.
I mean, I'll share my experience. Right, my first psychedelic experience was a peyote ceremony, and it was made into a tea that we drank, and it was probably 30 people there, and we didn't have that much peyote for all of those individuals. For everybody, that's probably maybe close to how much we used for everybody. One person dosing all of that. Yeah, like you said, Cody, this is actually dangerous misinformation. Most of it is misinformation that we are happy to kind of nudge and correct as we go, but this is like truly dangerous and in some cases life-threatening misinformation.
Yeah. Well, in this, I'll quote Paracelsus: "All things are poison, and nothing is without poison. The dosage alone makes it so a thing is not poison." And clearly, Brian's really not familiar with this concept. Another category he has is the ingestion route, which he gets most of them wrong. So for example, Datura, he says smoking or oral. Smoking and oral ingestion are usually how it's administered. It can also be administered dermally or through the skin. Same with black henbane. Can be taken orally. It's most often fumigated or filtered through the skin because it's so toxic. He gets most of his time to onset sections wrong because, again, he's not accounting for things like stomach contents, delivery methods, all of which wildly change time to onset. Typically, we don't need to go into each one, but he gets most of these wrong if you're looking at the chart. Duration as well. The duration of each of these trips is I don't know where he's getting this information, but this is all just inaccurate. He says 1 to 2 days of intoxication with datura, and yes, you can get high for 1 to 2 days if you're taking a certain dose. Several days with black henbane, you can if you're taking a certain dose. If you're taking it dermally, often the trip is only like 8 to 12 hours. So again, this is childlike in its presentation. And of course, because of all these problems with the other categories, he has a section called risks, which just include: this is toxic, this gives bad trips and death, used as a poison, bad trips and toxicity. Of course, you're going to have bad trips and death or toxicity if you're so badly misrepresenting the dosage information.
And I also want to point out too that like bad trips in and of itself is not prohibitive, and bad trips is almost a misnomer at this stage in kind of the modern psychedelics, that like bad trips oftentimes, upon reflection, they can become the most therapeutic and your best trips because you do the most work on yourself. The most therapy happens when you go through and experience a quote unquote bad trip. But like bad trip is like when it's not understood to also be a therapeutic experience. It's just like, oh, well, this person was running away because their shoelaces turned into snakes and they're trying to bite their legs, right? Or whatever. Like that is understood to be the bad trip of it. But it's like, no, there's so much more that is encapsulated in the concept of a bad trip. And oftentimes a bad trip becomes good upon later reflection.
I don't have the paper in front of me. I think it was John Hopkins did a survey study that something like 80 to 85%, I believe, of the survey suggested that anybody who had a bad trip eventually found it to be beneficial.
Yeah, that sounds right. But I mean, bad trip also depends on set and setting. You can take a low dose of something, and if you're in a terrible place with people you don't recognize, you can have a terrible experience. But if you're in a place where you feel safe with people you love, or with a doctor that you cares about you, like the chances of you having a bad trip are drastically reduced. Drastically reduced.
Exactly.
And I feel like this is a very nuanced topic. I feel like we've done a pretty good job of trying to present it as such, and to have it mansplained back to us so simplified and so childlike is from an
By an
anesthesiologist is
Yeah.
That's again, it's like, this is where I have a problem. Like, I don't see anything but fraud at this point. Like, you know better. You fucking know better, Brian. Like, I'm sorry. This is what frustrates me. We can move on. I could go off on this one chart for like hours alone. I could do a whole video on this bad chart.
And like I have a hard time ascribing malfeasance when ignorance can explain it. And this is one of those cases where it's like he probably is very good at his job in anesthesiology because he's working with clinical dosages in little vials with, a hyper exact amount of dosages that he's putting into syringes that are then pushed into IVs. And like he's using a very clinical sanitized version of the chemicals of many times the plant medicines that he is administering on a day-to-day basis. He's using it within a very clinical context.
But
But
he's got a chart he can refer to that says, hey, if it's a male and he weighs this much, give him this much. If
Exactly.
it's a female and she weighs this much, give him this much. So there's no thought involved. It's just, oh, here's a chart.
Right. So that is all to say that like this, I am happy to ascribe this to ignorance and a lack of wanting to truly engage with the deeper material and recognize the history of his own profession, right? Because at its foundations, a fair amount of the entire hypothesis, the entire theory, is like built on the pharmacology of the time, right? That's why we cite materia medica. That's why we cite medical books of the time. That's why I just pulled one up for a screen share. These are medical books. This is pharmacology. He is a pharmacological scientist who is refusing to engage with the history of his own profession. And I think that's what's so disappointing about all of it too, is that like that like science and anesthesiology and pharmacology, the way that we do it today, is just so very like it's so many generations removed from how proto-scientists were using these materials, you know, when the entire concept of science was being realized and being discovered by humans, right? So like just that's my honest plea, right, in all of this, is like, just engage with the history of your own profession. There's a wealth of information about the history of medicine, and we have to pull from some of that in order to form the foundations of this. And it's why I focus specifically on how many herbal physicians were right next to Joseph Smith his entire ministry, right? Like we bring up Lumen Walters, and later, you know, Brian kind of hand waves away Lumen Walters, but I also focus a lot on Frederick G. Williams, right? Because he was an herbal physician. He was called into the first presidency. He was, you know, one of Joseph's right-hand men, and he was known for having an herbarium on either side of his house. He was known as a quack to others, which means that he engaged in alternative medicine, non-clinical medicine of the time, which means the more esoteric medicine, right? So, like, it's just important to acknowledge the history of science, okay? All right.
You were much more gracious than I am, Bryce. I expect much more from somebody of his caliber that is presenting themselves as the expert. But I I appreciate your grace in that situation. I wish I could achieve it.
That's fair. Alex, did you want to share your slide as well?
Yeah, well, so it's a small series of slides.
Perfect.
But yeah, I'll present. So these come from a class I taught on philosophy of psychedelics, and I did a whole module on indigenous use of psychedelics and their philosophy and whatnot. And so this is addressing. So this series will address a bunch of claims that Brian will bring up, but also this broader problem of his of not understanding the religious use of any of these substances. Like he says, ergot has no religious use. Yes, it does. But even like it seems like he makes small concessions in like his interpreter paper and some of his other videos on like religion in general. But he has this sort of like racist mindset of these things can't produce specific visions in the same way Joseph did. But okay, so if we can get you to admit that the indigenous person was using it, are you saying that, you know, their religion is not specific and has, you know, doesn't have intense visions with complex theologies? Like that's one of his critiques, you know, DNC 76. Oh, it's too complicated to come from a trip. Well, so these charts come from Marlene Dobkin de Rios's book, Visionary Vines, on ayahuasca in the Peruvian Amazon and just the general sort of South American Amazon. And for those that can see it, you can see specific uses by these indigenous people. So it's a chart that I'm pulling up from her book, where she says, okay, here's the cultural use of a psychedelic. Here's the society it's used in, the type of plant, the botanical name, and references to it. But so here, one use she lists here, divine guidance and communication with gods, divine contact with the spirit world. And this is used in, you know, Ecuador, Brazil, and all over Brazil. And ayahuasca vines are used for this, Mimosa hostilis, you know, all of these different plants. Then there's the more general, you know, to achieve trance states. And that's in every country everywhere, but she lists a dozen on here. And, you know, the type of plant, barks, seeds, and leaves of various datura plants. And she lists the specific species. They're used in training of prospective shamans. They use ayahuasca, tobacco, that sort of thing. And then, you know, these substances are used for divination. They're used to induce dreams to see the future in Ecuador and other Indian groups. And they use ayahuasca for this. They're used for prophecy. And she lists datura and ayahuasca for this. telepathic agent, clairvoyance, discover the whereabouts of a missing person, induce intoxication to foretell the future, and through communication with the devil. And that's a very particular term for a type of spirit down there. But, snuffs are used for that. Hallucinogenic tobacco, nicotiana tobacco, datura, like all of these things are used for very specific reasons, and there's even, more harmful ones. Cause illness to another person through psychic or physical means. Capture the identity of another to harm them because they've harmed you. Send demons to enemy villages as preventative agents against evil malices of people in general. So these are very specific uses, and all of these different indigenous groups have very particular theologies and ways of interacting with spirits that they use psychedelics, and they have strict rules. Here's how you interact with the spirit under this substance. Here's how you interact with this other type of being under this substance. They have these complicated theologies. And then, they also use them for medicine. They use specifically psychoactive plants to diagnose remedies or diagnose illnesses and prescribe remedies. Discover the cause of illnesses, identify who caused the illness, like invoking of spirits to heal. These are very specific things that they're using psychedelics for. And then, of course, they're also used to achieve ecstasy and pleasurable states. But specific things causing specific visions. Like, I cannot emphasize this enough. These people using these plants, complex theologies, complex visions. And then, like, these substances that he lists on this chart are used throughout history. So like the Maya, they had this intoxicating beverage called balche. That's this infusion of a bark mixed with honey of bees, and they were farmed using morning glory, which he brings up later, or he brings up LSA later, which morning glory contains this LSA precursor. It's a high ergot content. And, this drink for the Maya was connected to divination, sorcery, and healing, that I mentioned earlier. They would combine balche with psychoactive mushrooms, tobacco, and then they would use this tobacco. They would consume smoked, inhaled, or chewed, and it was mixed with the leaves of datura or brugmansia, and then that was consumed and then smoked. And, these ceremonies are held underground in dark caves, which were considered points of access to the underworld. And this would intensify the visions of the drugs. They would include prolonged fasting, music, dancing, all things that, we see in Mormon visionary experiences, and then used in ancient Israel. Benny Shannon has talked about how the Israelis probably had this ayahuasca analog. And then some have argued, that the manna could have been ergot or a form of mushroom. And Dan Merker's argued that, that the showbread in the Israeli temple contained ergot. And that, Philo of Alexandria, the Jewish philosopher around like 50 CE, he thought even then that the manna was psychoactive in origin. And then there's the ointments in temple that probably contained cannabis. There's been cannabis residue found in temple artifacts. And then, you have Rick Strassman, who's done this work comparing ancient Israel with the Bible. Like, these things are everywhere. And then, of course, ancient Greece, the easiest example, the Eleusinian mysteries are the obvious example. Karl Ruck, has extensively argued that, these contain psychoactive compounds. And the mysteries, there are a series of rites performed every year for the cult of Demeter and Persephone, for those who don't know. And they were kept pretty secret. But as part of this ceremony, they would drink the kykeon. And ergot's been the leading substance for what was included in this. They discovered ergot in a chalice, and remnants of ergots were found in a priest's teeth at an archaeological dig at a temple in Spain. So we have definitive proof that ergot was being consumed in a ritual setting. And then, we have the Oracle of Delphi, too, who used, would fumigate her chamber, and it contained frankincense, myrrh, laurel, and henbane. Henbane was Apollo's herb, and the Delphic oracle belonged to Apollo. And there's also clear arguments for cannabis and opium here. Cannabis is mentioned by Herodotus as being used around that area in 446 BC, I think. But and then there's copious amounts of evidence for opium use throughout Greek history. But, henbane, one of our candidates, is used to induce a prophetic state to prophesy to other people for them. And clearly it worked because people would keep coming back, kind of thing. It's everywhere, Ancient Egypt, We have psychedelic residue of pagan harmala or Syrian rue and blue lotus in a vase used by worshippers of the god Bes, dating to 2nd century BCE. And this makes sense because the name for paganum harmala in Egyptian means plant of Bes. And so here's a group of worshippers using psychoactive substances to facilitate these complex rituals. So it's just everywhere. And they found henbane and acacia in sites dating way past history. So they're using these quote unquote deadly dangerous substances that have no religious use 10,000 years ago. They're using these things. Like it's just insane. And I mean, I could go on and on. I've got like a dozen more examples from cultures across the world, kind of thing. So this is just like a tidbit.
Well, I think it really brilliantly drives home that like you don't need a lab. You don't need even a kitchen. You can do a lot of this with just fire and like a vessel to boil water in. Like
Exactly.
and the idea that these people didn't know what they were dosing themselves with is ludicrous. Like you mentioned Carl Ruck, he talks about wines in Greece that were so potent that they had to be diluted 20 times with water. So like they understand dosage. Like that is that's these concepts weren't foreign to them. They just used different language for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And go ahead, Bryce.
I want to present this too, right? This is Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, right? The Bible of occultism, right? This is in his chapter of perfumes or suffumic negations, their manner and power, right? Here he says the suffumigations are also perfuming. So suffumigating is like, smoking like incense suffumigates an area, right?
Hotboxing.
Yeah, hotboxing. Exactly. They that are proper to the stars are of great force for the opportune of receiving of celestial gifts under the rays of the stars. It says, our breath is very much changed by such kind of vapors, if both vapors be of another like. And this is part of the decoding Agrippa and any occult philosophy is the language is very dense and difficult to understand. And it's, the further of this is the air also being through the said vapors easily moved or affected with the qualities of inferiors or those celestial daily and quickly penetrating our breast and vitals doth wonderfully reduce us to the like quantities. Basically, continuing on that, so they say that as of coriander, smallage, henbane, and hemlock be made to fume, that spirits will presently come together. Hence, they are called spirits herbs. So when we talk about spiritous liquors, we are infusing the spirit of an herb into an alcohol tincture. We are making a spirituous liquor, or in the context of this, also a consecrated liquor, right? And
in terms of Mormon history, that exact quote was replicated in Francis Barrett's book, The Magus, which Michael Quinn has pretty conclusively provided evidence that the Smith family had access to.
Yes. Yeah, and Francis Barrett just copies this whole chapter and just pastes it right into his book. The whole chapter, word for word. There's no changes. So, and very specifically here, lists hemlock, henbane, harp, topsis, herb, harp, topsis barbatus, red sanders, black poppy, make spirits and strange shapes appear. And if smallage be added to them, the fume chaseth away spirits from any place and destroys their visions. Right. So, like, he's describing auditory and visual hallucinations caused by the spirits that are conjured essentially when you are suffumigating the various herbs. Right. So, like, it's important to note, like, we're talking about medical history. We're talking about the occult practices, Christian occult practices that Joseph Smith was clearly raised in and understood. And that's how he viewed the world. And psychedelics are present in all of these contexts. So, like,
and how often the medical history and the occult history and the folklore involved in both were intertwined inseparably.
yes.
What is it? There's a German medical that's full of what's it called? The Good Friend or the Happy Friend. Shit. It was a contemporary book at Smith's time that was circulated among German Americans, but it was half medica, half prayer book, and it taught you how to like faith heal while administering herbs and stuff. A lot of the time, this was you didn't separate magic and medical practices.
And to that exact point, this is Ebenezer Sibley's 1790 book, A Key to Physic and the Occult Sciences, right? This is a medical occult science book. That is the whole thing, where he talks about specifically, gives tons and tons of recipes of drugs and talks about all sorts of other things like magnetism and hypnotism and divination and like, this book is filled with exactly what you just stated, right? This is science of occultism, a key to physic, which physic is, the foundations of medical science, right? These are not disparate concepts. These are like occupy the same space of an almost circle Venn diagram within the mindset of the early frontier American.
And they're giving specific experiences with the visions and whatnot, like divination. Divination's not some, I think I see a pear there, so fruit's going to be abundant. Like it's more serious and more complex than that. Like, yeah, these things are very well thought out, and people have all sorts of complex theological visions with psychedelics.
Yes. And so 2 final points to make. The initiatories and like the practices that use psychedelics within like historical cultures, like if you were viewing with them within the necessity of creating set and setting for a dosage to result in a good experience, a good visionary experience, then Joseph Smith implementing his endowment ceremony and his ritualistic and initiatory practices is just yet one more religion that used psychedelics in some kind of an initiatory process during the entire history of religion. It's just one more religion that used psychedelics. All right. And Joseph Smith just has all of the hallmarks of creating these insular groups where set and setting were carefully paid attention to, where there was multiple opportunities for dosing, whether that was the anointing oil, whether that was the sacramental bread, the sacramental wine, or even like in the earliest endowment ceremonies, they were taking a fruit from a tree. We don't know what the fruit was. We don't know what the treat was, but it was symbolic of, taking the apple as at the beginning of the endowment, right? So that's another point where like psychedelics can be administered multiple times during this entire process. If we're like, Cody on Silly Rabbits and on my show, Naked Mormonism, we both interviewed Carl Ruck, a psychedelics history researcher, classical historian, right? The historian of the classical era, clearly recognizes when psychedelics are being used in a religious ritual. Had no problem saying, yeah, oh no, like Mormons were using psychedelics. Yeah, that makes sense.
He wrote it in his book, Entheogens, Myth, and Human Consciousness. He's got a chapter on the Mormons using psychedelics.
Yes. So this is something that, like, this is not controversial when you are presenting this information to people who understand the world of academic psychedelia. This is only controversial for people who have a faith proposition in this not being psychedelics because it has to be God. It has to be a supernatural force.
Do we finally return to Brian? And then
yes. So much to say. All right, let's do this.
I appreciate what you're saying, and
you don't.
You know what, Brian? Brian, real quick, why don't you exit out of screen share, just so that it's easier for our viewers that follow the conversation.
No, thanks, Steve, for reminding me. Sometimes I
should
forget
also point out that as this is going on,
I appreciate
his body language is getting worse and worse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. One more point that I want to make too. The way that he talks about ergot specifically talks about it as if you were ingesting it in bread over a long period of time. That's not what we are talking about. Dosing ergot for a specific visionary experience, right? Like, yes, if you ingest blighted bread, your fingers are eventually going to fall off.
That's from long-term exposure. It's not from
Yes.
single uses the way that we're describing it.
Exactly. So that's just a foundational misunderstanding or just foundational misinformation, whichever way you want to interpret it. All right. we shall persevere.
What you're saying, I'm not sure that I disagree with anything that you're saying, except that let's put this into context. You're saying Joseph Smith is using claviceps and ergot to predictably produce the kind of visions that we reviewed. I don't think that's defensible, but why don't we just move on? Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but that right there, I think represents, that little tiny interaction represents the entire interaction. It's a microcosm, right? He presents his information. We call it out for misinformation. We add a lot more information to provide context for why it is inaccurate. And then he says, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. Then he says, let's put it into context like we've been trying to do the entire time. And then says, what you're saying is indefensible. So you can't disagree with what we said, and then you go on to say that it's indefensible. I don't know how to make sense of this. Why is it indefensible? If you don't agree with with what we are saying, then tell us why. Because you issued your information. This is your presentation. We corrected that information. That should then lead to a changing of mind. That should then lead to updating a person's perspective about the information or material that they know when they are introduced to new information. But clearly he reveals right here in this interaction that we present that new information, that is not penetrating his barrier. That is not going to get through.
Well, and typically when you're having this type of discussion, and I feel like we did a good job of, here's our sources, here's our citations, here's the scientific evidence, here's the historical evidence, and when you push back against that, generally there would be, okay, here's the counterpoint to that, here's the alternate viewpoint, here's my science, here's my literature, here are my citations, and at no point does Brian offer any of that other than just like a hand wavy nuh-uh.
Precisely.
Okay, the problems with ergot is it's not one drug, and each preparation is going to be different because you're isolating different amounts of these, and each one of these is going to have different chemicals inside of it based upon the type of brain that it's growing on, its size, the time of year and season. And to say that this could have been systematized in any way enough to create...
Hold up. There's different contents depending on the season. So he's giving nuance to that, but not to anything else. Like,
this is why I think it's malicious, because it's like, no, you do know better. You do know the variables, and you mention them when it suits you, but you don't mention it when it makes our point.
Mass, well, I can't use the word hallucination anymore. Any kind of activity.
You can use that word. I just wanted to clarify that we're not arguing that they were hallucinating.
Well, maybe I should just say psychedelics or something, but that's not what it does. This is toxic. It grows, you get it in your system over months and weeks and years, and then it has its effect. It isn't something Joseph would have introduced there. It would have made people sick if they took it long enough, and if they didn't take it long enough, it's not going to give the effects that would produce those kind of visionary experiences.
Just as an anesthesiologist, Brian, I'm sure he understands that drugs don't have to make people sick in order to produce visions or to have the effect the medicine is supposed to have. If people are getting sick, Brian, the facilitator is doing a bad job. And again, I would like to point out William Smith puking in the pews because he overdosed himself. Like, Brian.
That's my point. And I appreciate all the other great science and history that you presented. That's great. But this is something that just shouldn't have been included in the article. That's my position, because it doesn't get us where you want to be. Go ahead, Bryce.
Once again, poisoning the well, saying, oh, I agree with what you're saying. I think you're presenting good history, but you shouldn't have said this. Why? What is your line of reasoning? Why shouldn't it have been included? Why shouldn't we have discussed this? We talk about the history, we talk about the literature surrounding ergot, and you agree with it, yet you don't think it should have been included. And once again, that poisons the well. Anybody who is watching this, who is of Brian's same mentality, when he says, I don't think you should have included something in an article, that immediately causes the viewer to say, oh, if Brian says that about ergot in early Mormonism, then I can say that about ergot in early Mormonism, because Brian has reviewed the material and he isn't convinced. Therefore, there's no reason why I would be convinced. It's poisoning the well of information.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to acknowledge, right, the using various psychedelics over a long-term period of time, right? Like ergot, like part of ergot's like cultural history also involves its possible influence on like Saint Anthony's fire, as well as it possibly contributing to the visionary experiences that led to the Salem witch trials. So there's a concept of like using these things over a long period of time and it causing finger rot, causing the tips of your fingers to fall off, turn black, and fall off from long-term usage of this. And that's usually because it's a blight on the grains, and they're making bread with the blighted grains. That is poisonous. But there's the immediate use of it, the immediate dosage application of it, that you get the actual dose response for it that can cause the person to enter an altered state of consciousness. And one of the reasons why we focus on ergot is because it was so ubiquitous. It had medical applications, primarily as as an abortifacient, as well as helping expectant mothers or somebody to induce labor as well. But beyond that, like, it's also comprises the constituent chemicals that form acid, right? LSD, lysergic acid diethylmide. So that is taken from ergot, but it's worth acknowledging that those chemicals live in the fungus, and you can, when you take something that has that fungus in it, you are taking in all of those chemicals, and the psychedelic chemicals that we're referring to are part of that overall dose response that you're going to have.
Okay.
Also, specifically, ergot was most often applied in tinctures. So that is a way of systemizing it. You're taking a lot of different ergot grains that may have different chemical constituents within them, and you're homogenizing them within an alcoholic base, giving you a base level to then test its strength. So you can actually be quite accurate in dosage with very little equipment.
Well, let's keep it in context. I mean, is Joseph surreptitiously administering this to the Latter-day Saints to get the visions that are there? I get what you're saying. Although, Bryce, they're precursors to LSD. They're not the psychoactive drug LSD.
The precursor is psychoactive. Like, no, he's not giving him LSD. He's giving him the psychoactive compound. That is the precursor.
I would actually challenge Brian to take some LSA and report to us if it's psychedelic or not.
There's a species of morning glory in Mexico that has a high LSA content, the precursor that Brian's talking about. And they use that. Yeah, exactly. They use that ceremonially to produce visions. So you're dead wrong, Brian. Dead wrong.
And once again, when he says, let's keep it in context, that is, I'm using that as a vocal cue of hand waving. Let's put this in context. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate the history that you've told me, but let's put this in context. Joseph Smith doing this surreptitiously, I don't believe you. That's his hand waving gesture, right? So whenever he is saying that, just understand that the cue is that, oh, I view that as concession of the point. In my opinion, in a debate format, that views to me like concession.
Well, it also highlights that he's unwilling to really think about what we're saying, because all we're doing is contextualizing the history.
Exactly.
Trying to just keep us back focused on you're trying to use this drug to explain those visionary experiences. I'm not seeing a connection. You're defending it as being common. You're talking about it.
He's not seeing a connection. We are seeing a connection. We are illustrating the connection. You're refusing to engage with the connection.
Other context completely.
We're having to clarify your misunderstandings
about this. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Alex.
Yeah,
We're having to clarify your misunderstandings of this and of its use throughout history by saying that ergot has no religious use in your slide. That's completely against the history of it. And by saying it can't be systematized until, modern science, against the history of it. So we're trying to contextualize.
It was Albert Hofmann, the inventor of LSD, that put forward the hypothesis that you could make ergot beers and then use hot oil to float off the convulsive alkaloids, and it would make a safe hallucinogenic drink that was almost exactly LSD. So
we can go back to Joseph's stuff if you want. Like we listen to the first bit, but when you're blatantly giving misinformation about the drugs, we have to clarify that. And so that's why, you know, we've started interjecting, is because we've got to clarify this for the listener who might know nothing about these substances. So we can go and start talking about Kirtland temple dedication, the symptomatology, if you want.
So let me just ask you a simple question. Do you believe that ergot would have caused any of the visionary experiences described by the Latter-day Saints?
I think we're saying it could have. It is one potential candidate. There is, because we are trying to rebuild this model, there is no way that we can conclusively say that any of these things were the thing being used. We are putting forward a bunch of potential candidates that should be further explored as entheogenic agents.
Okay, and one of my biggest criticisms is you can do this. And I think that, can you cite any historical evidence of somebody taking ergot and having a visionary experience like those that are described? And again, this is a visionary experience that comes and then goes away. Because with ergot, they don't go away. It accumulates and the effects accumulate in the body over time, and you are stuck there. That's why the witches were witches. They didn't stop being witches at the end of the vision.
I love that so much.
I want to wait. I need you guys' help. So I think I know what he's trying to say, but this whole like witches don't stop being witches because the vision never ends. I just like, please help me understand this.
I can't make heads or tails of it aside from just grasping at straws, tumbling, falling backwards, and trying to grab onto anything that he can hold on to at this point.
I think he's still miscategorizing ergot, like long-term ergot exposure with single use, like we're talking about. And I think he's trying to say that if you have versions on ergot, you're in the convulsive like danger zone, and that the visions won't stop because you've reached like saturation in terms of ergot alkaloids. And so that's why the witches don't stop being witches, but it just sounds like gibberish when you really listen to it. And it sounds like just nonsense.
That's because it is nonsense.
Yeah.
It's glossolalia.
and nonsense that is predicated on a fundamental misunderstanding of the material. And also the invocation of witches here, like we talk about the hexing herbs, right? Henbane and hemlock and datura and right. So like those are the hexing herbs that were primarily associated with witchcraft. But the invocation of the term witches has a disgusting and a sexist and a fatal history to it. So using the word witches there is a very I don't know. That was one thing that when that came out, I was like, yeah, that just feels a very like modern day, not just Mormon, but modern cultural view on magic practices.
Yeah, for sure.
Ergot does not do what these drugs would need to do to duplicate the visions. That's my point.
To share with everybody.
Yes. Oh shit. Yes, they do. They do. I just totally lost our place. I apologize. Yes, they very clearly do. So you say nah, we say yaha. Yaha, here are our sources. You then continue to say nah. We need to move forward, not keep spinning our wheels here. I need to find where we were. I'm sorry. When he talked about and constructed the early Mormonism in the magic world.
There's no way that we can conclusively say that any of these things were the thing being used.
A visionary experience like those that are described. And again, this is a visionary experience that comes and then goes away. Because with ergot, they don't go away. It accumulates and the effects accumulate in the body over time, and you are stuck there. That's why the witches were witches. They didn't stop being witches at the end of the vision. Ergot does not do what these drugs would need to do to duplicate the visions. That's my point.
I feel
Okay,
like
Bryce.
I feel like we're all wanting to jump in because there's a considerable amount of misinformation in that material, and I instead of just tackling misinformation bullfacedly, I think we should also discuss that ergot is one of many constituent chemicals or many candidate entheogens, and we discuss a lot of different candidate entheogens because they're so ubiquitous. They are everywhere available. There are others that are much harder geographically to put near the Mormons during their early visionary period, and that would specifically toad secretions and the synthetic version or our chemical of it, 5-MeO-DMT, as well as peyote, William C. That's harder to get to Joseph Smith, but every other of the entheogenic candidates that we discussed, ergot, nightshades, fungus,
Amanita.
psilocybe, amanita, these are abundantly available, well documented in Joseph Smith's area, and importantly, we tap into a lot of the literature of occult practices and the ritualistic use of many of these substances in order to facilitate ministration with spirits, prophecy, celestial gifts, right? We cite those throughout our papers, all of our papers on this subject, because we are just citing the same books that D. Michael Quinn cited when he talked about and constructed the early Mormonism and the magic worldview. In those same tomes of occult science and philosophy are recipes for psychedelic substances. So yes, I think I agree with you so wholeheartedly, Brian. It is important to read it within the context of the time it is given.
Yeah, I don't know how to say this nicely, but I think most of what you're saying is a smokescreen. Now, I know that
This fucking guy.
It's more poisoning the well, right? This is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. This is like everything that we are saying, none of it can be trusted, and therefore it is all, a smokescreen.
A smokescreen for us trying to discredit Joseph Smith and to lead believing members away from the church.
Exactly.
That's not fucking what we're doing.
Yeah.
Like, we even got you to say that you misunderstood the hypothesis. So clearly you're misunderstanding what we're trying to do in the first place.
Yes. And look, and what's fun is this actually represents a point of disagreement, even among the three of us, because I do view that Joseph Smith was capable of recognizing the inherent power that he had when he was able to dictate people's visionary experiences and when he was able to channel them in directions to serve his own maniacal ends, right? And I view Joseph Smith as somebody who is a dangerous individual, somebody who was hell bent on overthrowing the world, right? And establishing a Mormon theocracy. I view that as a bad thing. Most believing Mormons view that as a good thing, right? So when I see Joseph Smith utilizing psychedelics for his purposes, I see that there are some experiences where it appears to be therapeutic, that he is experiencing the therapeutic benefits of psychedelics, and he is wanting to share that with other individuals. I also recognize that there are likely other times when he is using these things because they contribute to his powers of controlling people's minds, controlling the minds of the entire populace. And that is further captured when he creates like smaller and more insular groups that are having these visionary experiences. And then suddenly the broader population of Orthodox Mormons want to do whatever they can to get into that inner circle so that they can be the most righteous, that they can have the visionary experiences. I view these things as immoral and as disturbing and as structures of a con man, right? But I don't think that's the way that Alex and Cody view it. There is nuance to the approach. There is nuance to the theory. We are presenting the theory that psychedelics that influenced visionary Mormonism, and that there are all sorts of differing ways to examine the moral implications of that theory.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, in terms of the history of Joseph, like and this is my perspective, I think the ordering the deaths of dissenters, the rampant polygamy, the child predation. There's a bunch of things that are way higher up on my priority list of things that make Joseph maybe not a good guy. And in terms of like the actual boots on the ground, like work with trauma that he accomplished by facilitating psychedelic experiences is probably one of the only cool things I think he did. um, I will give you credit, Bryce. I do also think there were times where he maybe used that to meet his own ends. But I think despite our own differences on this this topic, I feel like we do a good job of presenting this pretty neutrally, because it's just about the idea. It doesn't, like, this isn't about our own personal opinions about Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
And Alex, you hit the nail on the head, right? Like, we are not anti-Mormons trying to disprove Joseph Smith and naturalize Joseph Smith's God. We are presenting a historical theory that provides naturalistic explanations. If he wants to view that as us going to war with the Mormon God, then that is a product of his own cultural blinders, and more importantly, his own sectarian blinders. Because at the end of the day, Mormonism in present constituted form is a high demand religion. And we are filthy, dirty apostates. Moving right along.
That's a pejorative word. But why not just take all this research that you're doing and identify one entheogen that would do that? See, I
Because
don't
it
think
wasn't
any of them
just
do.
one.
Well, but okay, then identify several. Can you show me individuals who are taking these drugs and reporting the kind of experiences we find in the historical record? Because
I can read you one if you would like.
What is it?
Cody.
Yeah, sure.
I feel like this is a point where shit goes off the rails, unfortunately, because we were at a great point where we could have begun presenting a lot of the material that we had prepared prior to this. And Brian is asking for a one-to-one, one ergot experience that looks exactly like the Mormon experience. And like, all right, so we can do that. And now then it just kind of derails, and we never get the chance to actually present it. And it's a lot of factors that do it. I bear a fair amount of the blame here, because at one point, like during the confusion, I'm like, all right, let's reel it back. What are you looking for, Brian? Do you want a contemporary source that's with Joseph Smith? Do you want a modern source that reads like an old Mormon source? Do you want literature from books and magic at the time that talk about these experiences? Like, what do you want? And then that kind of derails the whole thing and allows Brian to like recenter and get right back into his talking points. So this is kind of
I don't think that was necessarily wrong, because that was part of the problem. Is I didn't know what he wanted, because he'd say, "Oh, I want this," and I'd be like, "Okay, I have evidence for this. Let me start talking about that." And he's like, "No, I want this." So you were trying to clarify and say, "Hey, what do you want? We'll give it to you." And then
what evidence will you actually take seriously? Because we've given you a lot, I think, is what you were saying.
Yeah, exactly. So that kind of sets the roadmap for the next few minutes.
Let's do it.
Cody, do you want to go ahead?
Steve, is that okay? No, this is going to be a really long podcast for you. I hope that's okay.
Well, I'm looking, like, we all have our own individual notes, and I know that I have 9 pages worth of notes. I know that Alex has 12 pages worth of notes. Like, we have a lot of sources to share just up to this point. Brian has you've kind of been dictating the course and the direction of the conversation. So I think it would be good for us to dig into the actual sources, and we may be getting lost in the weeds a little bit, and that may be hard for it may not be accessible to a lot of viewers. So we'll kind of hopefully reel back a little bit and discuss, like, to try and make it a little more accessible. But just understand that, like, there's a whole lot of information that is built into this conversation, and a lot of history that all 4 of us have with each other and reading each other's material that we're working from, that the viewers themselves are not working from. So yeah, I think it would be good to spend a little bit of time with the actual sources.
And let me say, Alex, as you read this account, let's keep it into context. We want to compare what we have in the historical record from the Latter-day Saint visionaries, and we want to then take the drug and try to figure out how they would have gotten it into their systems, and keep it real instead of just talking about diffuse. It's been out there for so long. We know Joseph had it. See, there's a leap of logic there. I'm trying to close that gap here. Let's try to have some
if we want
granular
to talk about
explanation.
Joseph, whether or not he had
me. You can interrupt me, Alex. Let me finish, okay? I won't interrupt you. I promise.
liar.
Then we'll proceed to interrupt you multiple times. Yes.
I just want a kind of a granular explanation that explains how this actually could have happened instead of this diffuse references to history and all this stuff. So here, now I'll be quiet and listen to you.
Well, if we want to talk about how Joseph had this stuff, we should start with
No,
the
talk
Smith
about the
family
vision.
and their herbal
Oh,
skills.
I told you I wouldn't interrupt. Sorry. But
Okay.
but
So
I
Alex,
thought
are
you
you
were
going to do a screen share, Alex, with this quote?
Well, it depends. Are you looking for a historical source or a source that lines up exactly with Latter-day Saint visionary experiences?
Well, you said you had a quote. I just want to know, are you just going to read it off your screen, or
I was asking Brian.
Oh, okay.
what I found, Alex and Bryce and Cody, is that
he doesn't even let me read anything. He's just like, well, here, let me tell you what I found. Like, I'm asking you, what do you want? And then I'm like, all right, I'll just pick one and read it. And he interrupts and goes, well, here's what I found. God.
Yeah.
Yep.
Were you, and this is just maybe some inside baseball stuff, but were you planning on reading the Clark Heinrich account?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's exactly like the first vision. Okay, and here's the fucking insane thing: is in his paper that he wrote, and in his video, he cites Andy Lecter's Shrooms: A Cultural History of Mushrooms.
Yeah.
That talks about Clark Heinrich's experience. This experience that Clark Heinrich says, but he only quotes Lecter, who talks about this vomiting experience that Heinrich had. He doesn't read the actual quote. And he's like, oh, we can't take anything Heinrich says seriously. But here, let me read part of this, because this quote, like, you want a specific account of a source that the Smiths might have used, Amanita muscaria, that is similar to the visions that they have. Well, I have this. You cite to it and you just dismiss it, period, like across the board. Like, okay, so this is Clark Heinrich, yeah. So he says, before another thought could arise in my mind, in the midst of a great darkness and a great silence, the heavens opened above my head. In an instant I was flooded with light from above, light of the utmost whiteness and splendor, that quickly dissolved everything in its glory. The bliss I had experienced prior to this new revelation now paled into insignificance in an immensity of light that was the purest love. As the truth of the situation dawned on me, the word Father resounded in this heaven of light, and I was taken up and absorbed by the unspeakable Godhead. No longer separate, there was neither an enjoyer nor a thing enjoyed, there was union. This is a big claim to make, I know, and the reader may wish to add suffers from delusions of grandeur to my other sins. Yet even if this experience existed nowhere but within my own mind, and has no reality outside of it, which is quite possibly the case, still it remains the single most important, quote-unquote, inner event of my life. Nothing at all can be accurately compared to it, yet one feels compelled to make an attempt, however vain. Some have asked me if this experience could have been merely a hallucination and therefore by implication unreal, and I'm forced to answer with a comparison. Next to this state, ordinary reality is like a bad imitation. Remember the Oliver Cowdery quote. A knockoff, a cheap parlor trick in a grimy hotel, an eternally baited trap for the mind and senses.
More real than meat or drink, you might say.
Yeah, exactly.
God, I wish we could go back to his shitty slides. I think that one account hits every single one of those points.
Yeah. So then here's the last little bit. I have no idea how long I was in that glorious state, because time does not exist there, just as there is no there. I came back to my senses in the morning as I awoke to find myself flat on my back on the hardwood floor. In utter amazement, I reviewed the events of the night just past. Nearly as incredible as the experience I'd had was the fact that I was still on Earth in a human body. Even though I'd experienced something for which countless others had spent their whole lives searching and not often finding, in my immaturity I felt cheated. What kind of God, I reasoned in my best anthropomorphic fashion, would lift a person to a state like that only to drop him right back onto the earth or into the dark and cruel world without so much as a fairly well kind of thing. But like, this hits all of the ticks. Like, I didn't read the pretext, but he'd read the Bible before, you know? There's this darkness. He sees this heavenly vision with a bright light. He's enveloped by the light. He hears from a father. You know, he has the feeling like his mind is taken away into another state. He's absorbed in this heavenly state. You know, he thinks he's perceiving God, and he knew that the light was God. You know, he thought, you know, people aren't going to believe me, just like Joseph did. Like, there's so many parallels to this between this vision and Joseph's vision, and there's so many others of this. Like, I have visions from like Erowid on Amanita that line up with this. You know, I have experiences cataloged from like believing Latter-day Saints who have had visions just like this. So he wants to compare imagery. There's a comparison. Clark Heinrich, experience on Amanita Muscaria, and the first vision, ridiculously similar.
I want to read a Fred M quote, right? So this is not Joseph Smith's era. This is 2 generations removed. And how we know it's 2 generations removed is because this is the literal grandson of Joseph Smith talking about ecstatic experiences in his PhD dissertation, The Higher Powers of Man. Fred M. Smith goes through a 10-point list of graduated ecstasy that you like pass through these different layers. And then he says, the person who has passed up this graded development stretches forth his arms and thoughts towards infinity and inhales with full lungs the ravishing atmosphere of all human sublimity. Attaining the outermost border of human limitations, he sees and dreams of a man who is more than man, greater than he himself, an angel or a god. The observer, seeing the one in ecstasy, admires him or scoffs at him. He defies him or commits him to the madhouse, makes him a god or a fool. So closely juxtaposed are the extreme poles of the tangible and the conceivable. So, ecstatic experiences. Now, granted, he's talking about the way that people view other visionary individuals. He's talking about a lot of things there. The experience of stretching forth your arms and thoughts towards infinity. Like, he's using the language that he has at the time that's available to him in order to describe the visionary experiences. We argue that Clark Heinrich was doing the same thing, that Joseph Smith is doing the same thing, and that everybody who shares their experience on Erowid is doing the same thing. But, of course, once again, it's a logical fallacy, special pleading. No, Joseph Smith, his is coming from God. All of the other ones are coming from drugs. Shall we?
There is a breakdown in cause and effect. We have the visions. They're there, they're described, they're constant. They really are. And I outlined the characteristics. And then on the other side, we have this word entheogen, and it's never really defined as what the drug is. And then you show accounts of people having these things predictably, not just 1 out of 20, but you give this drug and then predictably. So Joseph would have known. See, Joseph Smith is supposed to have been taking this and giving it to others and knowing that they're going to have these positive visionary experiences. I'm trying to have you identify an entheogen that would do that predictably and give us some evidence. So, Alex, maybe I misunderstood, but that's what I thought you were going to provide is an account of that. So,
Bryce, do you want to start?
Yeah, so look, this is kind of difficult to deal with, right? Because Brian,
I didn't even know what he wanted at that point, and I was so upset with him for just everything he said that I was like, I can't speak right now. I will say something I will regret. So that's why I passed it off to you, because I was like, I have these things. If I start reading it, he's going to interrupt me again. So I'm just not even going to bother because I don't know what he wants and I'm frustrated. And
yeah,
I do appreciate that you kept such a cool head through this, because it was definitely this point I could feel Alex and I were just like, oh my God, fuck this guy.
And I'll say I sense that, and I recognize that you wanted me to take this, and I'm like, all right, so I need to find a way to get into Alex's sources and into all of our sources. So I'm going to do my best to try and refocus, because the whole past basically 3 minutes of exchange has been, what do you want, Brian? I want this, this, this. Okay, we start presenting it. No, derail. And then, you know, totally deflecting everything, chaos, pandemonium, and then recentering. Wait, What are you looking for, Brian? Right? It like the past 3 minutes of it, the engagement were just a mess. And this was it. I was feeling it too. I was feeling the frustration of like, all right, I don't know what direction to go with this. And you hear me at the beginning of my response, I'm waffling about a little bit because I'm like, all right, how do I reel this back? How do I re-rail the conversation? How do I get us back onto our sources, the material that we want to present here? With very, very limited success.
You did better than I would have, so thank you for fielding that for me.
Thank you.
I need to work on my cool a bit.
Well, this is also like, I mean, this is the part of debate, right? Is like trying to remain cool when the other side, like part of the rhetorical tactics is getting a rise out of the other side. And Brian is good at rhetoric, right? So like it's hard. It's hard, and it's just part of the toolkit. Like I only took high school debate, but I learned some of the tricks.
Well, you're very skilled at it too, so I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. All right, moving right along. You are looking for like one piece of evidence where the language from a 19th century psychonaut is exactly the same language that Joseph Smith was using. And this comes to just a fundamental breakdown of understanding how psychedelic experiences work, and the sensations that are attendant with having the elevated and altered states of consciousness. So if you want to talk about the experiences of early Mormons, we can talk about the symptomology, that what they are describing is similar to datura toxicology or the toxicology of ergot. If you're wanting to hear 19th century sources that are contemporary with Joseph Smith of their individual experiences, of their deleterious effects that are caused, the auditory and visual hallucinations that are attendant with these, we have those quotes as well. We can quote them from botanical journals and Thomsonian vegetable medicine that was popular at the time, or we can quote from the occult books and sources from that Joseph Smith likely used, from Francis Barrett to Henry Cornelius Agrippa. We can quote any of these sources. Like we are not starved for this. So Brian, what exactly are you wanting to see the exact parallel for here?
Well, I'm trying to look at it from Joseph Smith's view. See, the theory is that Joseph Smith wanted to give these people visions so they'd follow him or agree with him or something. And so he must have found some chemical, some entheogen that he was taking for himself, that he was giving to others without them knowing. And I'm trying to make that real. It's a reality test to all this data that you're referring to here. And I'm very impressed. You've done a lot of good research there. But how would Joseph have identified this?
All right. Which
one would he have chosen? Which one would you choose if you were there and you wanted to do this thing that Joseph Smith is supposed to have done? What would be the chemical?
Let's start there. I think this is a really important concept, is the access of Joseph to this information, right? We're talking about expertise in working with herbal vegetable materials, right? And fungus as well. How did Joseph have access to this information? In the paper, The Entheogenic Origins of Mormonism, The Working Hypothesis, we focus heavily on Lumen Walters, who was a magic mentor of Joseph Smith, who was an herbal physician, who was noted as a clairvoyant, who was, an eccentric root and herb doctor. But we don't need to even look outside of the Smith family to talk about people who were close to Joseph Smith, who had extensive knowledge of vegetables, of herbs, and of brewing. And Alex has done a lot of really good work with the Mack family and their exposure and experience with brewing. And of course, I know that Cody has a lot of material prepared on intemperance and the drunkenness, and how the drunkenness that we understand today, that's post-prohibition, is different than the drunkenness from the early 19th century. So I just want to send it over to Alex first, and then to Cody to talk about alcohol in the 19th century.
So Lucy Mack had Joseph's mother had extensive bar experience. Her family grew up. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Brian, unmute yourself. Brian, you want to say something?
I appreciate you've prepared all this stuff, but what I'm trying to find is one chemical.
Interrupt, so I can't give my evidence.
Create those visions.
No.
We're going.
Go ahead.
Way out into the weeds from my perspective.
I love how you were pointing out that Brian was interrupting you. You couldn't get your point across. And while you were trying to get your point across, I played the video making Brian interrupt you again.
Great. He's still interrupting me.
Unless you're saying it's ethanol, because you're talking about intoxication from
You
alcohol.
didn't let me give my
Used,
point. You can't say, oh, unless it's ethanol. Like, I was trying to explain to you where Joseph would have had the knowledge of how to decide what herb to use because, you know, they knew what mixed well in beer and how to mix it. Like, all of this stuff you wanted. I'm not saying it's ethanol. You just clearly showed our point that you know nothing about herbs and beer brewing and anything about the Smith family at the time. Like, it's not just ethanol. And then, okay, and this is the most frustrating thing about the whole thing is
Get him.
He's got another video that we'll do a response to later, right? But he's got another video where he brings up the Christian Roch Encyclopedia on henbane and reads the quote, and it says that henbane is a common additive to beer at the time. And he cites that, and then he just immediately launches into, all the negative side effects of henbane. He completely glosses over the fact that he just read out loud on his video that henbane, a psychoactive substance that we are talking about, was a common additive to beer.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we are able to take the time to air out the frustration that we were feeling at the time, right? Because like it's very hard to keep composure, to keep it respectful, and keep it within the format of a debate. But like it's okay to explore that feeling now. Is like you want something, we're trying to present what you are wanting. Like we're trying, like, and why I reeled it back too was like, all right. If you're wanting Joseph Smith to have used these psychedelics, right, you first need to establish his connection to the knowledge, right? Once you get the connection to the knowledge, then that opens up the candidate entheogens, all of the candidate entheogens that we propose in the paper. And once you have that, then you can talk about the various delivery methods that were likely used via anointing oil, via the sacramental wine, via numerous other opportunities. So like, you have to build a cohesive narrative. You have to build a cohesive theory that incorporates all of the aspects of these things. And he is looking for just a one-time, one document, one reminiscence, one journal entry of someone saying, Joseph fed me a bunch of mushrooms and then I believed in God. Well, as far as we're aware, we don't know that document exists. That document might exist. We haven't seen it. We don't have access to it, or whatever the case may be. But in lieu of that document not existing, what we do is present all of the theory available such that if that document ever does get discovered, then it is yet one more data point to add into this theory. This is how we build historical models. And he is looking for a very, like an elementary level of this. He wants the explain like I'm 5 version of this. And it's like, no, we are getting lost in the weeds of original source materials. There is very little explain like I'm 5 here because we are working with a foundation of knowledge of psychedelic literature that unfortunately it looks like Brian has not accessed.
And, you're supposedly a historian and an anesthesiologist, so we shouldn't have to explain like you're 5. We should be able to have a discussion about the source material.
Yep.
All right. Continuing on. Oh, that's not what I want. That's what I'm looking for. All right. I missed the place where we were. Evidence where the language from with Joseph Smith of their
that he was giving to others without them knowing. And I'm trying to make that real. It's a reality test to all this data that you're referring to here. And I'm very impressed. You've done a lot of good research there. But how would Joseph have identified this?
All right. Which
one would he have chosen? Which one would you choose if you were there and you wanted to do this thing that Joseph Smith is supposed to?
Mute yourself, Brian. You want to say something?
I appreciate you've prepared all this stuff, but what I'm trying to find is one chemical that would create those visions? And we're going way out into the weeds from my perspective, unless you're saying it's ethanol, because you're talking about intoxication from alcohol. Again, a
You want to
cause
know
and
how
effect
the
is-
Smiths? Sorry.
Well, and let me just say, Bryce, you've been reading too much of Quinn. There is no evidence that Joseph Smith ever met Lumen Walters. And
All
it's,
right.
it's okay.
All right. I don't address that here. I really wish I would have. So apparently Abner Cole is a source that does not exist. Numerous sources. Brigham Young's memory of Lumen Walters being associated with the early Mormon movement. That's not a source. So if we're just ignoring sources, then yeah, the theory is not going to make sense. But, you know, there's very good documentation that Lumen Walters mentored Joseph Smith in magic and occult practices. And if you just want to deny those sources, then we can all just cover our eyes and say, "Nuh-uh," right? Like that's what we're doing here.
But even if he does, I believe you both already illustrated that he didn't need Lumen Walters to have this knowledge. This could have come from the Smith family themselves.
Precisely. Yes.
Yeah.
Brian,
So-
Brian, hang on. Let's just reel it back a little bit, right? So it's clear that one of your primary concerns is Joseph Smith's access to this information and herbal expertise. Let's deal
further
with that
ahead
right now. Then we can move on to the specific chemicals and intemperance and everything else.
Cody, you wanted to say something?
I would like to just quickly say that Brian is, I think, intentionally misleading the conversation because there is no one entheogen that is going to be the answer for you. We have to look at this in the context of a 19th century worldview. You don't have access to one plant all year long. That's just impossible. People in order to, anyone who is a practitioner of this had several plants they were working with. And in most of the books of magic we can cite from, if you'd like to, they are mentioning a dozen plants or more that you could be working with and how to apply them in a fairly reliable sense. So I just want to reiterate, and I can go down every single one of these. In fact, like in my book that I wrote, I cover acacia, amanita, belladonna, cannabis, coffee, datura, ergot, ephedra, frankincense, hemlock, henbane, mandrake, mimosa, nutmeg, opium, peyote, psilocybin mushrooms, tobacco, wild lettuce, and wormwood, all of which were used in combinations at times. There was not like one potion with just ergot in it all the time. Most of the time, there was a bunch of things in the potion you were taking, and the potion was most of the time an alcoholic tincture. So we have to, like, you're taking this out of historical context by wanting one answer that we're like, that's not what we're saying, and we have to give you many answers for it to make contextual sense to what Joseph would have understood it as.
There was one of
He
the
raised
Q&A.
his hand.
He did know how to do it.
There was one of the Q&As, Cody, during one of the screenings where you talked about some I think it was like a henbane cigar or something that had a recipe. They like dipped it in schnapps, and yeah, can you tell us that recipe? Because I think that in and of itself illustrates just how much all of these things were available.
Yeah, so I mean, this is off the top of my head. I'd have to get the source for it. It's in my book. It's also in Christian Rosh's Encyclopedia of Psychoactive Plants. But French pharmacists, and this was also sold in America, but French pharmacists in the 19th century sold a pack of pre-rolled cigarettes, what they called Indian cigarettes, and the label was, you know, this helps cure asthmatic attacks. But what was in them was a mixture of datura leaves and cannabis flower, kind of wrapped around a cord of hashish, so like concentrated cannabis. And then that was wrapped in a leaf of tobacco that was then dipped in laudanum and then dried, and then dipped again in cherry schnapps and then dried, and then that was the cigarette you smoked. and by all accounts, it like, I don't know how you finished one of those things, but you probably were tripping balls by the time you were done. Your asthma was probably the least of your worries. Like, and these were sold in pharmacies, and they like, and the pharmacist knew what he was selling. Like, of course he's not going to give this to a 10-year-old kid unless their parents, like, there's times where like the parents are like, hey, I heard these cigarettes help such and such, how do I use them? It's like, well, you know, for someone your size, only smoke about a half of one. Or like, there's so much of the conversation and the historical context that Brian is just leaving out of this.
Yeah. And like, and it's the combination of plants, you know, were used in all of those ancient societies. We're talking about every ancient society. Like, a single drug or a single thing being used is a modern invention. And even then it's not, you know, you take a Excedrin and it's caffeine, acetaminophen, and aspirin all rolled into one, but you think you're just taking one pill. Like, the single drug thing, that's not a thing ever.
Well, it's like the quote Bryce read off earlier from Agrippa, where he's talking about suffogations. Like, he lists 4 things in the like, vaporize all of these things and spirits appear.
But
While
Agrippa, I want just one.
And once again, I want to just highlight that this is presentism, right? Like, cultures have been using psychedelics for thousands of years, and potentially that we have, you know, like scant evidence of for tens of thousands of years before that, right? So we are supposed to completely wash away and ignore all of that historical context. Look, every time that we bring up data, Brian is like, no, let's put this in context. It didn't happen, right? What is more likely, that all of these individuals throughout all of history using these things are all using them for the purposes of visionary, religious, and entheogenic experiences, and that Joseph Smith is just, you know, yet one more among a litany of historical figures who did these same practices? Or that this one tiny religion representing less than like 0.3% of the world's population, that has its current view on psychedelics and all drugs as being bad and being evil and being sinful, that is a result of the war on drugs that is less than 100 years old in American culture and world culture, that which one is more likely to be right? All of the people using these things, and Joseph Smith is just one along the way, or no, the Mormon Church today has the real read on how God feels about chemicals? It's just baffling to me to be like, no, these things are sinful because God says so, because this one tiny religion says that God says so in our present time. It's just pure presentism. It's refusing to engage with the actual historical context. So yes, I agree, Brian. Let's put this in context.
Hey, Brian, turn your microphone on, Brian.
I appreciate what you said, because that's actually my point. That these, whatever the entheogen is that you think he did, it had to be predictable in every case. And I was going to get to this. I don't know how long this is going to be.
I'm sorry, predictable in every case. Because very soon he says that there are no bad trips in the early church, and I love that even Stephen had to jump in on that one because it's so unbelievably wrong. Let me just find in my notes when we were talking about the June 1831 conference, the Levi Hancock.
Levi Hancock, Ezra Booth.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So when Levi Hancock is describing this, Harvey Whitlock was ordained to the priesthood, and that is when Harvey Whitlock, this is how Levi Hancock describes Harvey Whitlock. He turned as black as Lyman was white. His fingers were set like claws. He went around the room and showed his hands and tried to speak. His eyes were in the shape of oval O's, dilated pupils. Hiram said, "Joseph, this is not of God." Joseph said, "Do not speak against this." "I will not believe," said Hiram, "unless you inquire of God, and he owns it." Joseph bowed to his head and in a short time got up and commanded Satan to leave Harvey, laying his hands upon his head at the same time. So another exorcism, right? So these are clearly bad experiences that are happening in the early church. And just recognizing the context here is what's so so damn important with all of this.
I also like that Joseph was like, Hiram, it's getting good. Stop. It's fine.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah. Hiram was saying stop. Joseph was like, no, no, let's keep going. Let's see where this night is going to lead us.
It's just getting good.
There are bad trips with all of these entheogens, and yet there are no bad trips reported. They're always positive. They're very similar. There's
Brian?
light, there's positive. There's no entheogen in all of those that you've just mentioned that will predictably do that. Sorry,
Okay,
Steve.
so Brian, I just want to say one thing, because what I found was interesting was when you were describing how like there were no instances of like darkness or all these kind of things. Then I'm remembering Joseph Smith's description of the first vision, where he said he was dealing with these dark forces. It sounded like, as you were describing that, I was thinking, boy, that sure sounds a lot like
Paralyzed.
Joseph Smith describing the first
Or
vision.
the first miracle of the church with Newell Knight.
With
I
the
just-
demonic possession.
Or
Yeah,
the June 1831 conference where people are somersaulting, where Lyman White's tongue is bound, his pupils are dilated, he's contorted, just because after the fact they were understood to be faith promoting doesn't mean that during they weren't hard. Like Joseph explicitly talks about in the 1831 conference, like they had to experience the devil, and the devil could be equated with the physiological symptoms, the negative physiological symptoms of psychedelic substances. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves because you still haven't let us put together a case that, you know, the Smith family was intimately familiar with a lot of these.
and
No, I don't dispute that. Okay, I didn't raise my hand. Sorry, Cody, go ahead.
I think we should be focusing more on the terms dose, set, and setting. Dose can be a number of different plants at a number of different dosage ranges, but understanding those doses is important. Set mainly being the fact that these things were taking place in a church, and they were being like, the setting was conducive for a religious ecstatic experience, and these things happen on a kind of a predictability scale. So let's say you take a drug and you have a 50-50 chance of it being a good or bad chance, but let's say your set is a church and you want to have a religious experience. That's set and setting. Your set is your mindset, setting is the place you're taking it in. So when you take it in a church, let's say that predictability of 50-50 now goes to 70-30, and you have a 70% chance of having a totally positive experience. Now you go dose, set, and setting. Now you have a 90% chance of having a successful religious experience that is positive. And we're approaching pharmaceutical range. And if you'd like, I can go into the scientific research to back this up if you'd like.
So just real quick before we get started, because I don't know how much longer I have to continue.
All right, so I'm glad that like Stephen did a good job of being a moderator of, like, Brian clearly said something that was patently, just categorically wrong, and Stephen used that as a chance to jump in, and like that's what a good moderator needs to do in these circumstances. And then that, of course, allowed us to all chime in and talk about the bad trips that have happened in there, right? So like that's all to say, and also. If you're following Mormon Book Reviews and what Stephen has been going through lately, he's been struggling with some health complications that made him hosting this a very difficult endeavor. And he's done a bunch of updates on his YouTube channel about this. So that's all to say that, like, Steve was pushing through pain to get through this entire conversation, and it was good of him to allow us to have the conversation. And I just want to send a vote of appreciation to Steve for pushing through that, for allowing us to have it. And then Steve chimes in here, and I want to ask kind of both of you guys if his addition here is helpful, if this is a role of what a moderator should do, or if this is something that served to derail, or if it railed the conversation more, or kind of what the two of you think about his addition here.
This conversation, so I'm almost thinking we might.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Want to break this into maybe come back and address some of this stuff. But real quick, I want to make it real clear here that I'm a person who was raised in the charismatic Pentecostal world, And I personally have spoken in tongues. I'm just bringing just my personal experience to the table here. I find this hypothesis to be truly fascinating, whether it's a first century Christian context or early Mormon context. It's a naturalistic explanation that I think it's worth looking into. But I will say that I've been in Pentecostal services where there was no spiking of anything going on, and I know that I wasn't exposed to anything, but it still had a charismatic experience. I've also been in a Bickertonite church service where literally in many of the services I've been to, somebody say, I saw an angel hovering over brother so-and-so while we're doing this prayer, or while they're saying this thing. So I find it fascinating that my personal experiences have not required any of this stuff, but I can see both being true at the same time as well. So I just want to kind of bring that to the table as well. And I also want to go to Latter-day Saints. I want to say, look, a lot of you get a little upset that we're kind of delving into some of these topics. I just want to let you know that, as if you're not a believer and you don't believe in the supernatural, we also have to look at it from a scientific perspective, a naturalistic explanation, which I think it's a valid way to look at it. If there is no supernatural, there's no angels, then how do these things happen? So I think it's a legitimate question to ask. So I'm sorry, I didn't want to get on my the pulpit there, but I just wanted to kind of interject there because I don't want people thinking one thing or another, whatever. I'm blabbering now. But Brian, did you want to say something?
So what do you guys think about that addition?
I appreciate where Steve was coming from. And I think those are valid points to address. I think I do address them later with the Houston Smith quote that I think is coming up. And I think I made a joke about it in the comment feed on the transcripts. And this is not to disparage anyone, but when I hear these arguments, it sounds like a 10-year-old talking about sex, or like it sounds like a kid who's maybe masturbated but has no, like, you can't. I could see how if you've masturbated, you might think you know what sex is like until you've had sex. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I hear these arguments and I'm like, okay, I see where you're coming from. Take some drugs, Steve, and then tell me what you think about it. And I think you'd be hard pressed to find most anybody who would say anything but they're kind of the same, or I like the drugs better. These experiences are ineffable, but the level at which you are experiencing them via a chemical catalyst is like exponentially more powerful, at least to me, personally, my experience. I've had several endogenous experiences that were some of the most important visual, crazy, like spiritual experiences of my life. They are not consistently repeatable in the same way that drugs are.
Yeah. And I mean, I think I get what he's saying, but I don't think it was helpful here at all. Like, I think it just kind of derailed a bit and kind of just reinforced Brian's position for anybody who might be uncomfortable, sort of thing. It's, chiming in and going, hey, I've had these things. You don't have to have psychedelics to have these things. So I don't think it's super helpful. But I mean, it's also a very, very common sentiment by anybody who's had a spiritual experience, even, just a very basic one, and who has never done psychedelics. It's like, oh, but I can have spiritual experiences without psychedelics. So, your argument's a moot point. I think there's even people in the comments of this who say that. And it's like, that's not what we're saying. Your spiritual experience without drugs is valid. Like Cody, I've had both. And I'm not saying that, you have to take drugs to have a spiritual experience, but it is an extremely reliable route. And a lot of people that, say you don't have to have a spiritual experience, or you don't have to have psychedelics with a spiritual experience, are the kind of people who are like, oh, okay, no, that's kind of mean to say. I won't say that, but like, who say, oh yeah, God help me find my keys, kind of thing. Like, like that. Like, they're categorically different experiences, and true endogenous spiritual experiences are extremely similar, to psychedelic experiences. Like, there's a lot of overlap.
And we're also not saying that every single spiritual experience was facilitated by drugs. Like the Mormons were having visions, they were having days of Pentecost. Joseph also needed the Kirtland Temple dedication to pop off, and I think he used drugs to help that. Like there's a nuance to this conversation that I think is lost when you bring things up like this.
And psychedelics can just be like spiritual enhancers. You know, you might have had, you know, a low level spiritual experience at an event, add in even a low dose psychedelic, and all of a sudden, boom, your spiritual experience jumps up tenfold, kind of thing. And what would have been, you know, a kind of, you know, that was a nice experience, kind of like, affirms what I'm thinking. All of a sudden becomes like, this is incredible, like, and it reaffirms, you know, the spirituality. So it can be an enhancer of already existing experiences to begin with.
And one thing I think is also important is like Mormonism, ritualistically, culturally, language is priming people to swim in that space and be good at it. So when Mormons specifically have these experiences facilitated by drugs, I think that's why that's the tipping point for most of these people we talk to, is because they finally see it. They get to the celestial kingdom and they know exactly what to do and where to go and who to talk to. Do you know what I mean? Like they don't have to do any like wandering around or like stumbling into things.
And I also want to like further contextualizing it too, that like foundationally what we're talking about are ecstatic states, altered states of consciousness, right? And like there are ways to achieve these through non-drug means, and that is through meditation, that is through yoga, that is through all sorts of different methods, chanting and ritualistic behaviors that people can achieve altered states of consciousness. We are just saying that a dosage included into the formula for the set and setting part of it, if you include the dosage, it increases the chances, the likelihood that somebody is going to have that transcendent experience. And once again, I want to quote from Fred M. Smith, Higher Powers of Men. He says, narcotic intoxication is most closely related to ecstasy, in some forms strikingly so. It is chemical ecstasy. That's altered states of consciousness we're talking about, right? Some people call psychedelics a shortcut to these things, right? Because it's reliable, it works like quite effectively for almost everybody, that you can have these spiritual states, these ecstatic experiences, and you have like it's much more reliable than somebody who is not employing a dosage. He continues, in both, while ecstasy might be termed a psychical narcosis, so that's a chemical ecstasy and psychical narcosis. In both, there is isolation of the outer world, anesthesia, hallucination, visions, and even catalepsy. And there is absorption of the eye in contemplation of the mental pictures. No one so resembles a dervisher in ecstasy as a Bolivian cocoa chewer or an Indian opium smoker. So he's drawing the parallels between these ritualistic practices, these, sometimes tantric, whatever case, whatever practice these indigenous various cultures around the world are employing to achieve those altered states of consciousness. Fred M. Smith is saying, yeah, or you can just drink your way there with some laudanum, basically. So, yeah, a lot to unpack in there. All right, continuing on.
Well, again, I don't believe there is any evidence that you've referred to that would allow us to think that there was one drug Joseph could have chosen that would have caused all these positive things. Now, you mentioned those negative things, but bad trips don't go that way. You don't have a bad trip
I've
for a
had
few
them
minutes and then you
with
have
those
good
exact
ones.
same. They do.
Have you
Well,
taken
but that's nothing
psychedelics, Brian?
What's that?
Like, what is your experiential knowledge of this? Have you taken psychedelics?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Okay, we got to point out. Listen to that? Listen to the way he says that. Oh,
I said it before, but it's like a 10-year-old trying to lecture you about sex. It's just like, I'm so sorry. Mansplain bad trips to me, sir. Oh, you haven't had them? Okay, keep going. No, keep going.
And the way that he says it too, the inflection, no, I wouldn't do that, right? There's so much cultural derogatory just like venom filled in the way that he says that. And that right there, I think that line captures the Orthodox Mormon mentality in assessing the entheogenic origins of Mormonism better than any other interaction over this entire debate. That right there captures the whole problem of communicating this to anybody who doesn't know what they're talking about, unfortunately.
The point is that you guys are describing this scenario for Joseph that is so far fetched, but you said, well, it could happen, it could happen, it could happen, but you can't reproduce it. You can't take any of the entheogens and give them to a group of 20 or a group of 100 and expect them to have the same kind of reports that we're having
happened.
here.
Actually,
It's happened.
I have a prepared statement, and we can end there if it's not. But I think this addresses what you're talking about perfectly.
Okay.
And it's actually a group of 20 people. If you want, since you said 20 people, I can produce that for you.
It's so perfect. I want,
oh my God, it was
I
so
want
great,
this
that
monologue to just go, but like it's so perfect how he just kind of stumbled his way into this one.
I remember writing out the statement, and I was just like, well, this will be valuable, and but there's no way. I just need to establish that it's repeatable and in a group. I never fathomed that he would be like, can you give me an example of 20 people?
I know.
Yes.
We were
No,
all
please
just, like,
don't throw me into
screaming
that briar
inside
patch.
when he said that, and we were like, yeah.
Yeah,
But
your
the best part of
body
the entire
language.
thing, just so people who are listening, this is the best part of the entire thing.
Yeah.
And these 4 hours too, best part.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can see Cody's face too in the pause, how much of a smile is just creeping out as he's starting this statement. It's beautiful. So without interruption, Cody's closing.
If you'd like.
Okay, so Cody, why don't you read that off real quick? I have to tell you, I'm suffering from tinnitus and the lawnmowers are mowing outside and it's kind of getting to me. So if I had to step away a little bit, I want you to, I'm going to read that statement. I'm going to have to step out just for a minute while the lawnmower is going by, and then you can share. So the floor is yours, Cody.
So I'm going to, in Brian's paper, he cited a checklist for visionary religious experiences that was put forward by Walter Pank. And Brian concludes his section with the kind of baseless assumption he keeps mentioning is that, quote, characteristics and other details reported in the psychedelic trips are compared to the early Latter-day Saint visionaries' descriptions. Stark contrasts are apparent. Overall, the hallucinations from entheogens seem qualitatively different in significant ways. Would you say that's still accurate of your position, Brian?
Well, I think that, okay, go ahead. I think I know what you're going to say. Let me respond after you get done.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up the miracle at Marsh Chapel, otherwise known as the Good Friday experiment, which took place at Harvard Divinity School in 1962. Ironically, the experiment was designed and run by the theology graduate Walter Pank, who used the same checklist cited by Brian to evaluate the experiences of the Good Friday participants. And he was seeking a reliable catalyst for devoted theology students wishing to have their own religious experience. Pank was attempting to evaluate the merits of psilocybin in particular as an entheogenic substance. So he took 20 volunteers from Harvard Divinity School who were divided into 2 test groups. The control group was given a hefty dose of niacin as an active placebo, which mimics the onset symptoms of psilocybin. The second group was given 30 milligrams of psilocybin. During the observations, a sermon by Reverend Howard Thurman was played, and the participants were encouraged to pray and sing hymns as they wished. The participants spent their time surrounded by striking stained glass depictions of Christian iconography, while the Thurman sermon was fed through the church's sound system. Other than their previous interest in theology as a field of study, the volunteers were not particularly primed psychologically in regard to what they could expect to happen. Renowned comparative religious scholar Houston Smith, and this might actually address what Steve was saying earlier, was a participant of the experiment. And he later said of the miracle at Marsh Chapel, quote, "The experiment was powerful for me, and it left a permanent mark on my experienced worldview. For as long as I can remember, I have experienced God, and I have experienced his presence both within the world and when the world was transcendently eclipsed." He's saying he knows what a religious experience is. But until the Good Friday experiment, I had had no direct personal encounter with God of the sort that the Bhakti Yogas, Pentecostals, and born-again Christians described. The Good Friday experiment changed that. So out of 10 participants who were given the psilocybin, all 10 of them had a visionary religious experience. And just to reiterate how profound this experience is for people who even know what to expect, several years after the Good Friday experiment, Dr. William Richards described Walter Pank's very enthusiastic first LSD session when he said, quote, "His ecstatic shouts still rang in my ears." And this is Walter Pank speaking. "Oh, I never could have imagined. Wow, fantastic. Man, this is great. I never would have thought. Joy, blessing, tenderness. Oh, Bill, this is great." And that's the end of the quote. As a theology student of Harvard Divinity School, having directed the observations on Good Friday, it is essential to note here just how unexpectedly profound the LSD sessions proved to be for Pank personally. Now, 25 years after the Good Friday experiment, Dr. Rick Doblin followed up with the experiment's participants and found that they had still rated the experience as one of the most significant and meaningful spiritual moments of their lives. Doblin reported, quote, "Experimental subjects wrote that the experience helped them to resolve their career decisions, recognize the arbitrariness of ego boundaries, increase their depth of faith, increase the appreciation of eternal life, deepen their sense of meaning of Christ, and heighten their sense of joy and beauty. No positive persisting changes were reported by the control group in the open-ended session of the follow-up questionnaire. The long-term follow-up interviews can cast considerable doubt on the assertion that mystical experiences catalyzed by drugs are in any way inferior to non-drug mystical experiences in both their immediate content and long-term positive effects." I promise I'm almost done. Years later, in 2006, researchers at Johns Hopkins redesigned the Good Friday experiment under much stricter conditions in a clinical setting. They similarly concluded that psilocybin does indeed initiate deeply profound and positive spiritual changes lasting at least 14 months after the session when administered under appropriate group conditions. Now, Pank's checklist, which I'm just going to go over real quick: unity, objectivity and reality, transcendence of time and space, sense of sacredness, deeply felt positive mood, paradoxicality, alleged ineffability, transiency, and positive changes in attitude and behavior. Despite Brian's baseless assertions otherwise, Pank's checklist does indeed appear to be qualitatively comparable with the early Mormons' reports of visionary experiences, most notably the June 1831 conference, the School of the Prophets, and the Kirtland Temple dedication. I'm done. That's all I needed to say.
Okay,
Steve-
so thank you. First of all, that was interesting. I've never heard that before, so it was very interesting. I've got these lawnmowers, and it's kind of driving me nuts, to be honest with you guys. So
All right. It's coming to the conclusion here. We all spend a little bit of time with concluding remarks and whatnot, but I just wanted to focus on Brian's body language there. It was clear that he was gearing up for a response, and I think he gets a little chance to respond to that, but I just wanted to point that out and highlight that clip because goddamn, that was a smackdown, Cody. that felt so good.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're talking about the moment where he sits up? He's like, "I think I know where you're going with this." Is that?
Yeah, there's that where he kind of uprights himself, and then when you finish, he is like, crumpled into his chair. He's not looking at his screen, he's looking down, right? Like, so assessing the body language along, right? Like, there's a lot of pseudoscience to reading people's body language, but there's a lot of reality to it as well. So like that's notable, and like he asked for this, as this was clearly a data point that was a holdup for him. You provided exactly the data that he was looking for here. Now, an honest historian would say, "Oh, okay, that's the data I was looking for. Now I'm going to change my perspective. Now I'm going to incorporate that into my further understanding of the information that is being discussed here." And the result of it appears to not have been the impact that we were hoping for.
I'm actually, and I'm really bummed that Steve interjected here, because it gave Brian a few seconds to kind of go, okay, what am I going to say? And then, but he kind of says like Brian, like gives him the concluding remarks or whatever after this or whatever. But yeah, like I wanted to see Brian's split second how he responded to that.
Yeah, that would have been lovely.
Well,
I want to Brian maybe to follow up and then I think we need to revisit this conversation. There's outside circumstances that are affecting me at this moment, but Brian, did you want to say something?
Well, I'd like to share 2 slides
Okay.
and interject a little reality, because Cody, you're saying Joseph was able to duplicate this study in those settings. Okay, the thing that we need to remember is Joseph didn't have easy access to psilocybin. If we look at the chart, and
it's just false. It's just false. That's just inaccurate.
I'm not able to present most of the stuff that I want to.
Okay.
Worried this might happen, that we would.
He says he didn't have enough time to present most of the stuff that he had. Earlier, when we said, like, hey, do you have anything else? He's like, no, I'm pretty much done. So
yeah,
blatant moving what he said earlier.
Yeah. And of course, we are once again treated to the slide deck that Cody we could all spend a number of hours just on this one slide. But I'm glad that you highlighted specifically the most dangerous aspects, the clinically dangerous things misinformation that is being presented here, because there's life-threatening implications to what he's presenting.
The dose quantity is the most egregious thing on this chart. It's absolutely abhorrent.
We just get bogged down with the detail. But look at the dosing for this mushroom. For Joseph to get 20 people high on psilocybin, he's going to have harvested hundreds of mushrooms. He's got to get these people to eat the mushrooms in a way that they don't know.
You're miscategorizing what I'm saying once again, actually. You asked for one specific.
You interrupted me. Can I finish? Let me finish,
Sure.
Cody. Okay. You talked about psilocybin as causing this religious experience that duplicates what the early saints experienced. For them to get that much psilocybin in their system, they would have each needed to consume 5 to 15 of these mushrooms without knowing it. You couldn't have gotten it into the wine. Okay, you're shaking your head. No. So how did the psilocybin get into the Latter-day Saints?
So when you add psilocybin to wine, you end up decarboxylating it into a stronger psychoactive substance called psilocin. And if you're using amanitas,
did you catch that? When you said you decarboxylate it into a more psychoactive chemical, psilocin, he tries to correct you by calling it psilocybin. Did you catch that as well?
No, I did not.
Oh, yeah. Shit.
Yes. We can.
So
let's reel it back.
He has zero understanding.
So when you add psilocybin to wine, you end up decarboxylating it into a stronger psychoactive substance called psilocin. And if you're using amanitas,
oh,
he totally does.
Oh, I love it.
He says that while psilocin is literally on his chart.
That's awesome. I swear to God, I want to know where he got this info. I swear to God, he just copied and pasted out a wiki and then just made some shit up.
That is so funny. I can't believe he tries to correct you there right after he lectures you for interrupting him. He tries
and
to
he's not.
He doesn't.
He's clearly not listening to what I'm saying.
Exactly. That's the point. Yep.
Oh,
nice catch, Bryce. That is
very good catch. I did not notice that.
When it happened in real time, I was like, "Oh, I wish I could have said something." But I'm glad we could spend a little time on it here. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad.
As you do the same thing with muscimol, decarboxylates into ibotenic acid, which is again 4 to 5 times more hallucinogenically active. So your dosage.
You want to chime in there? Oh, you're muted again, Cody. You pulled a Brian again.
I did it again. I would like to make a correction. I believe it's ibotenic acid decarboxylates into muscimol. I got that backward.
Yeah.
Okay, good correction.
chart is just inaccurate and not accounting for carrier methods like wine. So
okay, so Joseph Smith is taking these mushrooms and he's taking out the psychoactive compound psilocybin, and then he's introducing it into the wine, or he's introducing it into the bread, and nobody knows this is happening. And honestly, if you study the accounts, you do have to eat about 10 of these mushrooms to get the effect. You're shaking your head no, but that's repeated over and over. That's why you grow your own mushrooms. And let me just end with one more slide. I see that we're getting.
Can we point out that he thinks that Joseph was taking out psilocin, adding it to the wine and the bread? Like,
yeah,
how much more misunderstanding this guy get? He tries to correct you that it's psilocybin, and then he tries to say, "Oh no, okay, well Joseph was taking out the active component psilocin and adding only that to the wine and bread." Like, Jesus.
Yeah, just amazing. The just not listening to anything. It feels like this is where I start to get really frustrated. My partner watched this, and at the end, she's like, "You look like a hothead." At the end of it, you were all red and angry. This was the tipping point for me.
To the end here, I'm going to have to stop sharing and just buzz down, because you've mentioned Quinn several times. And I just want to end with this slide because there really is, I think, a real problem with this theory. But here we go. Thank you for letting me do this. Everybody's being very patient and kind. But this is what Mike had to say. I sent the article to Mike. He's mentioned many times in the article. He told me, "I have never written or spoken even privately in favor of their speculation. You may quote me." So here's somebody who knows all about the magic. He's read your article. He's not agreeing, and I'm not agreeing. And I think that if we can get into the details, we'll see that you found this very extreme possibility that it could, but you can't get specific. And that's where the theory breaks down. It can't be tested. It can't be replicated in a way that you would have the majority or all have this experience without having bad trips. So anyway, Steve, where do you want to go from here? We've been talking for an hour and a half or so.
Okay, so
We should be able to respond. You're going to pause that, right? So we can talk about the Quinn remark?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, okay, earlier he's dismissing Quinn, saying, "Oh, you relied too much on Quinn." And now when it suits him, he's citing Quinn.
Yes. And I mean, I share this like immediately, right, in response. But like Quinn, when I talked to him about psychedelics and early Mormonism at Sunstone and Short Creek, he said what a good historian says: "Show me the research, show me the material." I didn't have it on hand; I couldn't show it to him. But like that is the way that an academic responds to this. And I will also point out, basically everybody in the Mormon history field who has attended presentations on this, or who I have had a discussion about psychedelics and early Mormonism with, has said the same thing as Quinn said: "Show me the research. That sounds interesting." That's how historians are supposed to approach this. And we are showing the research. And Brian just refuses to engage with the research.
And, you know, it's important to point out that they're saying, you know, show me the research, not, no, that's obviously false. It's, yeah, show me the research and then I'll decide whether or not I'm convinced.
Yes.
And this quote doesn't even say that we're wrong. He's just like, "I've never spoken in favor of their speculation. I don't know anything about this." And clearly the reason we've done all of this is because Quinn missed this key part of his research. Like that's why we cite him, is because he got it right. He just had his own presentism and his own blinders he was dealing with.
Well,
It's like Quinn was a Mormon who never did psychedelics, so he never had access to this.
What?
Yes.
Yeah. And, you know, I don't even necessarily know if it's like presentism on his part or just a lack of interest in plants. You know, when I'm reading historical text and they start listing, I was going to say rocks, but I like rocks, so I'd actually pay attention to that. But, you know, it's something that I'm not interested in, or it seems like just a meaningless list of ingredients or something like that, and that you have no interest in. Of course, you're just going to skim that and ignore and not engage with it because you can't engage with every single word somebody has said when you're doing academic research kind of thing, unless you're focusing in on that. So, he just didn't have an interest in plants, didn't care about them, so he just skims over the stuff in Agrippa, and it doesn't connect.
Well, it really wasn't his goal either. Like he trying to establish the magical connection and contextualize the magical worldview, and he did that. He just didn't have an interest in that part of it, and he missed it. And that's not anything against him. It's just that's why we're doing this.
Yeah. And also point out, just relate one anecdote as well. I submitted to Mormon History Association to present with Brian Kassenbrock on our paper that we published through JWHA. It was Voices and Visions in the Early 19th Century America and the Book of Mormon. And the way that MHA presentations work is when you are submitting a proposal for a presentation, you have to have the panelists that you present as well as a moderator. You have to get that moderator to agree to moderate the session before you submit the proposal. D. Michael Quinn agreed to moderate our session, which and the way that MHA moderators work is that they ask hard questions. They are supposed to be an academic critic who is there to interrogate the presentation as much as possible. That was the opportunity. MHA rejected the presentation. That was the chance for Quinn to publicly engage with this material and to assess it based on the presentation and based on the article that we ended up publishing through JWHA because it was rejected. And it was lost. It was forever lost to history. But unfortunately, like that's just how these things go. And it's also important to note that Quinn, like we said, is operating with the same cultural blinders as Brian Hales. He just didn't know what he was looking at when he was seeing these passages from those magical tomes. He was looking for information about scrying and divination and communing with spirits and these celestial gifts. He wasn't paying attention to the lists of herbs and the way to manipulate them and the recipes contained in the same exact books. That's one of those things where, like, I think you said it really well, Alex. He wants to dismiss Quinn when it talks about Joseph Smith's magic practices. But here, when Quinn just says, I don't have an opinion on this, I have never spoken in favor, I don't have an opinion, that's when he wants to cite Quinn. It's a very duplicitous, and it's just dishonest history. All right. Deep breaths. This is where this is where I get mad too, especially with a scholar that I so deeply respect, somebody who has been on the receiving end of the blunt tool of the church's excommunication practices and everything that is captured in Quinn's legacy being weaponized in this way for anti-intellectualism is so damn disturbing to me.
Quinn started me on this. I was originally going to write a book about magic because I read Quinn's book and got into magic. And then I stumbled on the psychedelic stuff because I was studying the books that he cited.
There you go. Continuing on.
To that.
Yeah, real quick, let's close out the screen and then okay. So the lawnmowers are just driving me crazy, but I want you, Alex, the opportunity, or you guys, to respond to what Brian had just said. And then I'd like for us to wrap up this session. And I apologize, but there's circumstances beyond my control in this situation. I just want everybody that we can revisit this and make sure that we can cover these, the totality of this as well. So do your response. And then again, thank you guys for your patience on this. And then we'll have to wrap it up today. So who would like to go? I want to go, Alex or Bryce, or who wants to go first?
Yeah, so I just want to take great umbrage with the assertions that the theory cannot be tested and it cannot be replicated. Yes, and I can speak from my own personal experience since publishing extensively and presenting on this topic. I've had a number of individuals approach me and say, hey, I was skeptical of this until my first trip, and then I believed it. That has happened many, many times. I personally had a conversation with D. Michael Quinn at Sunstone in Short Creek, I believe it was 2018, concerning this topic. And it was a very cordial, a very brief conversation. And D. Michael Quinn was a resolute conservative academic. He never spoke to anything that he did not have a citation for. And anyone who knows D. Michael Quinn, knew D. Michael Quinn, I'm sorry, knows that that is just how he approached the world. So when we had a conversation about this over lunch one day, he said, yes, it was interesting. It was thought-provoking that he had never considered it. And then our conversation moved on from that time. And I think it's very indicative that, D. Michael Quinn was a believing Mormon his entire life. Yes, he was excommunicated and remained a faithful Mormon. And that there are cultural blinders, and these cultural blinders are results of both sectarian prohibitions on these things as well as legal prohibitions on psychedelics, and those obviously come out of cultural biases that exist that have long predated any legal prohibitions on any of these substances. So that's all to say that D. Michael Quinn has never spoken in favor publicly or privately of this speculation because, frankly, D. Michael Quinn had never studied it. He never knew anything about psychedelics, it appears. And Brian, it appears that in a similar vein, that the cultural and sectarian blinders that are put in place have made it so that there is an experiential barrier here that we are struggling, where clearly all of us are struggling to communicate over this experiential barrier. And so that is all to say that, yeah, you cannot test this in the sense that you cannot put the historical model in a test tube, run it through a process, and then conclude as a result of what comes out of that process that this 100% did happen, because that's just not how history works. What we are saying is that there are statistical anomalies in the visionary experiences by the early Mormons, and that those experiences dropped off at a later time. And we want to understand what contributed to those factors. And as the method of history works, we do not have access to divine agents as explanatory power. Therefore, we must seek rationalistic explanations. And those rational explanations need to be rooted in what is contextual and contemporary with early Mormonism. Therefore, we are forced to look to the world of the magic worldview and the occult folklore of the time that birthed the mind of Joseph Smith, the cultural milieu, and understand the factors that contributed to that. One of the factors that contributed to the occult and magic mindset was the usage of psychedelics. We document this extensively, and we believe that Joseph Smith's experience with using occult practices, seer stones and whatnot, he clearly learned also part of that whole zeitgeist of information and expertise includes psychedelics, and that this was one of the toolkits used by magicians, by ceremonial magicians, in order to achieve altered states of consciousness, in order to conduce to prophesying, in order to provide soothsaying, in order for them to access clairvoyant powers and what they termed as celestial gifts. I can cite all of these myself here, but we don't have time for that, so I just encourage people to read about this, because we have extensively cited all of these things. And to Brian saying that all of these experiences can't be replicated, that's just, I don't know how else to say that, but that is just misinformed, and it is just wrong. These experiences are replicated by individuals all day, every day. And there are numerous people who I'm familiar with, people who I consider friends, who are also working to recreate the endowment in the Kirtland Temple dedication ceremonies, including psychedelics, in order to achieve and emulate the spiritualism that they believe Joseph Smith. We love you, Evan. Evan, you're the best.
Yeah.
I didn't say it there because I didn't have her permission, but I'm getting a sense with how much she's helped on the back end in preparation for this video that I don't assume that she'll mind that we're mentioning her here, and just saying thank you so much for all the work that you've done engaging with the theory and in promoting it and recreating the original endowment. Like that shit is so good. So Evan, Charlie, you're the bomb.
Ditto. Here.
Yeah.
Was able to create for the early Mormons. And I say that like you are chasing something that is in your heritage, and that is a worthwhile endeavor, and I wish you the best of luck to all of those individuals who have talked to me about this. So all that is to say that it can be tested to the extent that a historical model can be tested. That is not a test tube hard science, and it can be replicated and is replicated every single day. So there's so much more to this, and unfortunately, obviously, there is an experiential barrier that we are having a very difficult time communicating across. I just want to vocalize this real quick. I wanted to make that like, yes, I was responding to the D. Michael Quinn thing, but I knew that this was my last chance to talk. So I wanted it to be concluding remarks, reviewing everything that was covered. I felt like this was the last full salvo that I could get off. So there was some rambly, there was a bit of, reiteration and whatnot, but like I wanted everybody to come away with remembering some of the highlights of everything that we had discussed up to that point. So
yeah. Oh, it was excellent.
Yeah,
You hit everything.
no, thank you.
Okay, so I just want to tell you that the lawnmowers they're buzzing around, and so I don't know if I can continue this just because of the circumstances. But I want to say that this is a fascinating conversation because it is interesting because I've experienced supernatural things without these, and so there's a I just find it really fascinating to think that but we also know that psychoactive substances are merely just they're just opening up something that already exists in the human brain. And so we know that you don't necessarily need substances to activate these things. It could be fasting, it could be repetitive prayer, it could be music. It could also bring on these kind of things as well. So it begs the question that, even that the idea of using psychoactive things does not obviate doesn't mean that there isn't a God. That it could arguably that process of opening something up in your mind is actually the way that one does communicate to the divine, and that these psychoactive substances can be like a shortcut to that, which I find to be an interesting way of looking at it. I'm fascinated by the topic, Brian. I want to thank you for coming on today. I know this was. I hope I know you said you were fine with three on one, and and so I hope that you feel that you were treated fairly, and I hope, guys, and again, I apologize just for the circumstances that are happening here, but I want us to come back and maybe continue this conversation. And yes, okay. So Brian, real quick, and then we'll have everybody wrap up at the end of the closing statement. Brian, did you want to have anything to say before we wrap this up?
I didn't get to present even a third of the material that I had wanted to present.
They didn't listen while I lectured them.
And like I look, I want to just commiserate about that, right? Because all of us barely got in one quote. Cody, you were the only one who was able to actually present an entire cohesive narrative that you had like pre-written out. You were the only one that got a chance to like have and occupy a space of pre-written material. So like Alex and we were like working off of the cuff with a lot of it, and everything that we were doing was responding to his material. So like I resonate with that we didn't get a chance to present any of what we wanted to either. So yes.
Yeah.
Especially since we were repeatedly saying, Brian, I have that. Brian, I have that. Do you want me to read it? Nope, nope, divert.
Exactly. Which is why this has been a 4-hour recording, because misinformation, like the Mark Twain quote was a lie travels around the world while the truth's still putting on its boots, or something to that effect, right? Like It takes a lot more work to debunk information than it does to just say whatever you want. So that's led to this being a very long broadcast, but luckily we're at our concluding remarks here.
Yeah. And, for anybody listening, if you're doubting anything we're saying, although if you're still listening, you probably don't, we have sources to back up every single one of our claims. So just like email one of us about a certain quote or whatever, and we will send you the citations for it. And yeah, like Brian can't do that. We can do that.
Yeah, or just scroll down to the comment section or to the show notes below and click on any of the links that I provide there, right? I like these materials, and like, look, if you're looking for specific quotes for like a specific point that one of us made, yeah, sure, reach out to one of us. We'll allow an opportunity at the end for contact information and everything. But also, like, we're not just throwing this video out there. We also are including in the comments a wealth of sources that you can engage in the material yourself too. So yes, thank you for saying that, Alex.
Oh, and one more thing while we're talking about sources, we sent Steve a list of 10 citations for the ergot stuff that didn't get posted in the show notes to back up our claim. So nobody got a chance to read any of those, but they all support our claims.
Yeah, and I'll be happy to include those here. I can take them from that email, or you can send them over to me separately, and I'll include those in the links here. So viewers, listeners, you can find them if you would like as well.
Same with that
And I
bibliography
still don't
if you want to.
Perfect. Yes.
think we have an actual granular explanation of how Joseph did it, and with any kind of historical support. And it's all hypothetical, it's speculative, and there are drugs that can give you a religious experience, but not 100% of the time. So, you say it's
He concedes our point right there. Like, he literally just concedes. He's saying, "Oh, they don't work for religious experiences," and then so maybe he made progress and realized, oh, maybe they can do religious experiences, but he doubles down on not 100% of the time, not reliably, not with no bad trip sort of thing. So maybe he's kind of coming around. My sense is still it's like very racist and like anti-indigenous, like, oh, it's basic religious experiences that the non-true religions all kind of had, not that one true religion where we get DNC 76 and complex theologies and that whole jazz.
Yeah,
it's also just like a hand wavy bad argument. Like, you could say that of any drug. You could say that of aspirin. Aspirin doesn't work 100% of the time, but we still use it, right? Pharmaceuticals don't have to be 100% pure or accurate. They have to be within a range of like the high 90s to 100. Like, nothing is 100%, Brian, and I think you know that.
Yeah. And I wanted to pause on that because it captures so much of the interaction, and it is in one way the words that he says are conceding the argument. And then he springboards off of those words to use it as a hand waving gesture that there is nothing to look at here. And that right there, that little tiny thing, I think that illustrates kind of the duplicitous nature of all of this, that we're presenting the information. Oh, not that information. Oh, we're presenting a contextual history. Oh, well, let's add context to this. It didn't happen. So drugs can be used for religious practices. Oh, well, not 100% of the time. So definitely not in Joseph Smith's case, right? It's very flippant. It's very dismissive. And it's very cherry picking of data. Like he only wants the data that contradicts early Mormon visionary experiences, and he wants to ignore all of the data that is similar to early visionary experiences that are within the realm of psychedelia. So yeah,
it's happening every day, not to groups, not to the percentage that we're saying. You're nodding your head, but for Joseph to gain the expertise that allowed groups.
Cody gave you a giant lecture about groups. Come on, bud.
Why is there ayahuasca tourism? Why is there you fuck?
Opium dens were a thing. Yes.
Every religion ever was a thing. Exactly that point. Oh yeah, they can produce religious experiences. Oh, but not group religious experiences. What do you think? Indigenous people, nobody was using these things individually until like the 1700s. Like before that, they were used in groups all through history. But okay, sure. History started in 1776.
I mean, well, that right there captures the mentality best, I think.
Experiments to happen. I disagree, but that would have been strong to put in your article. I don't want to extend.
Did he read the fucking article? We cite the Good Friday experiment in the article.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's there. Like, you say that would have been a good thing. Did you responded to the article? You had to have read it. The material is there.
No, he said earlier, I read your paper several times. I made quite a study of it. But yeah, you seem to miss that part every time.
I don't. All I can figure out is this is more of him not knowing what to say and trying to speak to fill time, because this is his conclusion, right? His concluding remarks, and him just saying something mistakenly and the words falling out of his mouth before he even thinks about the words that he's saying. That's the only way I can charitably interpret this, because that information is there. He had to have interacted with that information in order to make his article responding to our original article. So I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, but that one is really fucking hard.
In this discussion, Steve, you've been very gracious to let me come on. I'm happy to come back. I'd love to be able to present my material without the interruption. I think it would help. I can maybe qualify some of the concerns and the arguments, because we want to get down to that granular explanation. Joseph is back there doing it, and nobody mentions it. Nobody talks about him doing it. He's just so sneaky. I want to discuss that part of the theory historically, because it has
he wants
value.
to talk about how Joseph
Okay.
was so sneaky.
So again, this is just really the opening salvo on this whole conversation. I really feel that we just started unpacking here, and there's so much here that you all want to bring up to the conversation. Just real quick, there is a movie that's going to be debuting soon that is the basis of that. If somebody wants to talk about that, and then any of you want to talk about anything, any future projects or stuff that you want to talk about. Cody, did you want to talk about the movie, where it's going to be shown, and the dates real quick?
Yeah, I'll briefly plug that, and then we can let you get out of here since you're suffering through this.
Do we need to listen to the rest?
Showings for the documentary Entheogens.
I was just reviewing the script of it, and I think everything is just like concluding remarks of plugging the documentary Entheomegas, which we have done the screenings for. The screenings went unbelievably well, and there will be more information forthcoming on the next iterations of that project that I will share here, that we will put on the social medias for the Entheomegas and everything like that. And I think that's pretty much the rest of the substance of the exchange is just plugs, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh yeah, he did ask at the end and in the comments, he wanted people to share their experiences in the comments if they've had Pentecostal. But that was it.
Yeah.
But,
okay, so let's quickly vocalize this too. Brian, on the day that this was released on Mormon Book Reviews, Brian released on his own YouTube channel his whole presentation, and it's 40 minutes long, and it's clear that the original format that he wanted was for him to sit and give his presentation, and then we would respond to the whole presentation. But as we saw early on, that the first part of his presentation was full of so much misinformation and so many flawed conclusions and so many issues that we had to deal with that misinformation as it was happening, which then, of course,
that wasn't the format we agreed on.
Precisely, right? So that bogged down everything so much more. And if we were to strain at every gnat that was getting through in the ointment, it would have taken hours to debunk everything inaccurate that he said, because that's what we just did. Right. So if you, as a viewer or listener, are thinking, hey, when are you going to respond to Brian's full presentation that he put on his YouTube channel? Why would we? Because we got through about half of his presentation, and we pointed out all of the structure, as many of the structural flaws that we could on the fly. And then we just now did 4 hours pointing out those structural flaws. The second half of his presentation that he didn't get to in this format and this platform wasn't going to be any better. So when his presentation is built on so many flaws, then it is not even worthwhile to engage in the rest of it, because there's so much foundationally flawed information built into the rest of the following discussion.
I think he also may have lengthened his presentation a bit.
Could have.
Yeah, because if he was almost done on that one slide that he said, I've watched his presentation, there's tons more stuff we can cover in it, but that's very early on, so I wonder about that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all to say that there's a lot more to all of this, right? And this is just the next salvo of musket fire. Holland would be proud, coming from our academic institution of Searstone Productions and the Smith entheogen theory. So the idea here is that we want this to be an ongoing conversation. We don't want this to be the final shot. This is clearly not the final word. There is more information to discuss in all of this. And this was a long broadcast. It was a long recording. There's a lot of information, a lot of misinformation that needed more information to correct. So thoughts? overall conclusions. How are you guys feeling?
I think this is the longest podcast I've ever done. My back is kill. I don't remember the last time I sat for 4 hours straight.
I know.
That's how I'm feeling.
It's been good.
I hope I never have to watch this debate ever again.
Oh,
It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
I'm very appreciative that Steve was willing to sit through the last half of it. I could tell, like, you can see he's having a hard time. And I thought he did a great job moderating. I'm interested to see where it goes from here, and I am excited to one day do an official response video to Brian's video. But I don't know. It's very low on the priority list, so who knows if that'll ever happen.
Yeah.
And similar to Bryce's sentiment, it's like, God, why?
Yeah.
So I will
Go
say,
back on Steve's show.
that
Finish
could be
our
fun,
debate.
right? I will say, reading through the comments on all of the socials, the YouTube comments, the Facebook, because various people have shared it, including Brian, and Brian is engaged in some of those comments. It has been fascinating to watch people's reactions to this. And I will also say, like, during the screenings, we had a lot of people approach us and talk to all of us about Brian, about the Mormon Book Reviews, asking, hey, when are you going to respond? And, like poking and prodding, like, hey, I want to know what your response is, because now this, this academic has taken down the Smith entheogen theory.
Hey, he's not an academic.
Not in this regard, not when it comes to this topic. So that is to say that, like, we want this to be an ongoing conversation. We're interested in what people have to say in the comment section of this video, as well as in the various comments in the other social medias for the audio version of this as well. And let's keep up the good fun. Let's keep going. Contact information, if people want to reach out to any of us, want to send it, Cody, do you want to give contact information if people were like, hey, you lied, you said something wrong, blah 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 blah, blah.
You can send your hate mail and vitriol to mormonsanddrugs@gmail.com. I'm not the fastest responder. This is a very time-consuming and expensive hobby. So my real job kind of feels like a second job. And so just give me some time. If you send something to me, I might take a week or more to get back to you.
Awesome. And how about Alex?
Yeah, you can shoot me an email at alexcriddle1@gmail.com. The number 1. Or my website is just alexcriddle.com, and I've got a contact form on there. So yeah, send me all the hate mail, or send me fan mail. I've only gotten like 2 of those before, so that's kind of cool.
Awesome. You can hit me up with glassboxpodcast@gmail.com. That's the easiest way to contact me and Shannon. And we're happy to provide. I'm happy to provide any more information on this as well. Now, the documentary itself, we did the Utah screenings of it. The Portland screening is coming up from when we're recording this, but this is releasing after the actual screening happened. So we have made a lot of contacts and a lot of good headway on that project and the future of it as well. If you're looking for any information regarding the documentary about psychedelics and early Mormonism, that is going to be at searstonedproductions.com. And you can find a litany of information there, as well as an entire resource page and a contact form if you want to get in touch with any of the documentary makers as well. But that does it for us today. Long recording. Alex, Cody, the two of you have been unbelievably patient throughout all of this, and forthright and academic about the approach, even if once in a while we have had to say, well, fuck that, and get a little let our feelings out a little bit. It's okay to have feelings, even when they are negative feelings.
We're processing together.
Exactly. Yes.
I'm a foul-mouthed cook. You'll have to excuse me if I said anything that offended any of you.
And likewise, I will personally extend an invitation to Brian that I would. I hope that we can facilitate further and deeper discussion on this topic, whether it is on this, non-neutral platform or another neutral platform that you prefer, like Mormon Book Reviews or whatever, I do send out an open plea. Brian or any other academic who wants to choose to engage with this material in good faith efforts, that we are more than happy to have discussions and get as lost into the weeds and the sources as the platform allows us to. In that invitation, like I said, it goes out to Brian and it goes out to any other academic, no matter where you come from on this, no matter your level of training. We want more questions about this. We want to get more information out there and get more people considering the psychedelic origins of Mormonism, because we think there's something to it. We think that there is a wealth of missed and lost information here. And, as me, I can only speak to my experience. I'm pioneer Mormon blood, right? I want my culture. This is my culture. This is my heritage. I am a cultural secular Mormon. And if this is an aspect of my heritage that has been lost, I want to reclaim it. So I'll also end with a plug to Evan Charley's work. That's the Entheogenic Saints. You can Google that and find out more information of what she has put together of trying to recreate the endowment with psychedelics and just, the recreating the culture of psychedelic Mormonism. And so we love Evan, and we love the projects that she does and how much she's helped on the back end as well. And yeah, listeners, this was a grind. Thank you all for tuning in. Even if this wasn't your favorite topic or your favorite kind of a debate debunk style kind of a format of a show, we still appreciate you tuning in for the long haul on this one.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. And we will see you next time.